Good morning, everyone. Once again, happy World Engineering Day. So I will say, as we start, every time I say build back better, which is the theme of the World Engineering Day, the theme is build back wiser, engineering the future. So I will say build back wiser, and you say engineering the future. Build back wiser. Exactly. Build back wiser. Fantastic. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to start our program for the day. My name is Engineer Grace Muthoni Kagondu. I am a council member at the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, and I will be your master of ceremony for this event. We want to start with our usual way, with our opening prayer, and our prayer will be in form of anthem by the police band. So I'd like to invite them to proceed. Karibuni. Thank you very much to our police band for that amazing introduction and prayer for our World Engineering Day. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Engineer Margaret Ogai, Consulting Engineer and Fellow of Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Honorary Secretary of IEK, and also the CEO of EBK, to give us the welcoming remarks. Engineer, karibu.
Thank you, Engineer Grace Kagondu. To our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of transport, Mr. James Macharia, and ably represented by the Chief Engineer Roads, Engineer James Kongo. We have also with us the Chairman of the Engineers Board of Kenya, Engineer Rasas Mongera. We are also joined online by the President of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Engineer Nathaniel Matalanga, and we also have very many other guests, and I request in the interest of time that I will just say all protocols observed but I believe I should also mention Engineer Lucy Mutinda, who is now physically with us from the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, is therefore, I think, ably representing the whole council here physically. Let me say good morning, everybody. And happy World Engineers Day. I don't know what you would say, but say something. I think, and we've had the theme is building back wiser, engineering the future. So my remarks will be very, very brief. One, I would like to assume we all have a copy of the program. We are going to have a half-day session today. We are running a little late by some, I think, half an hour, close to 1 hour, but I believe we will catch up on the time. We want to end by 1 p.m. today, but we want this to be a celebration, so we want to see you donning your biggest smiles. It's always good to celebrate, and when you're celebrating the profession of engineering, the engineering professionals themselves, and all those who associate and work with engineers, it is a great day for us. And therefore, I wish that we take that celebration and reflect and recall all that engineers have contributed to the modern world that we live in today. We have many, is this on? We have many of our own engineers who've joined online. We might look like we are few in the room, but I believe we are well represented also on the online platform. So in terms of Kenya, we have approximately 3,000 professional and consulting engineers registered with the Engineers Board of Kenya and are also members of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. We also have around 17,000 graduate engineers on our register. And we have also students who are studying engineering in various public universities. And I think we are looking at the range of about 2,000 graduating each year. This is a big community, a community with specialized skills. And so today has been set aside by, I think, right from the UN, all the way, all over the globe, we are having this celebration today. It is to celebrate the engineers, the engineering profession, and I think today, therefore, the theme is very apt. We are a big community. I think globally, there should be about 10 to 15 million engineers in the world. So this is a great day for engineers. And I'll only want to now end with one administrative announcement. The Engineers Board of Kenya will soon be registering. We gazette the engineers, the professional and consulting engineers. We are licensing them. That is ongoing. But by 31st of March of this year, we are expected to publish and gazette all the registered engineers on our register. And so currently around 800 of you have complied and are ready, and we can invite you to collect your licenses from us. But this is a small number. We have 3,000 engineers, so we are kindly reminding you, please comply. The biggest compliance that we are finding now is the CPDs. You need to update your portals. We have set aside teams from EBK to support you to do that. So we are kindly requesting you, all professional and consulting engineers, we would like to see you on the roll, because the practice needs to be protected by those who are duly licensed. I believe other administrative announcements from the IEK will also be given by our Masters of Ceremony. Engineer Grace, you'll be able to give any administrative announcements that you need from the IEK. But mine, therefore, is to welcome all of you and to now invite, if I could get, we are now moving to the opening speeches, and I ask that Engineer Grace, I have made my welcoming remarks. I feel they all feel very welcomed. I would like to hand the program back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, so a round of applause for Engineer Margaret Ogai, the Secretariat, our Honorary Secretary, and whom we are extremely proud of, that she also clinched the seat of the CEO at Engineers Board of Kenya, and she's able to do so much for the engineering fraternity. So now, I think I just want to get my protocol in order before I invite the next speaker, who will be Professor Stephen Gitahi Kiama, who is the Vice Chancellor of University of Nairobi. But yes, I just wanted to highlight to those who are following. Today, as Engineer Margaret Ogai has mentioned, our chief guest was to be the Cabinet Secretary, James Macharia. But he has been sent a representative, who is Engineer James Kongo, who is the Chief Engineer Roads in the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. So we are very, very honored that you are able to join us this morning for this celebration. Tunasema karibu sana, and we are extremely, extremely glad that you are able to join us. We do understand that the CS has an event happening somewhere. I think he'll explain it later. But we are indeed grateful that he took it as an important event and sent us a representative in the form of a chief engineer. So for that, we are extremely grateful. And now I want to proceed on with the program of the opening speeches. Professor Stephen Gitahi Kiama also has sent a representative. Let me just hand over the floor to him for him to give his introduction and read the speech on behalf of the VC. Karibu sana.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Good morning to you all. My name is Dr. Osano Simpson Nyambane. I'm also a consulting engineer, and I'm also a corporate member with IEK since 2012. I became a consulting engineer, I think, 3 years ago.
We need to hear that.
Let me repeat. Distinguished guests, my name is Dr. Engineer Osano Simpson Nyambane. I am a consulting engineer since 2012, and I'm also registered with IEK as a corporate member. So the Cabinet Secretary Transport, who is represented by the Chief Engineer Roads, the Chairman EBK, Engineer Erastus Mongera. President, I'm told, is online following. President of IK, Nathaniel Matalanga. CEO, IK, Engineer Linda Otieno. CEO, Registrar, EBK, Engineer Margaret Ogai. Presidents, WFEO, FAEO, and Vice President IK. All protocols observed. Good morning all again. Good morning. So, distinguished guests, I'm highly honored and privileged to be here to present the Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi, Professor Stephen Kiama. So before I give his speech, please, kindly, I'm also the acting dean, Faculty of Engineering, currently. And on behalf of him, he's also out because of some other engagements. So I also want to give a small brief because you have come home. This is our home. And I know most of you have passed through University of Nairobi. And you were not seeing this structure before. I know some of you were shocked to see a tower. Some of you were used to the old structures out there. So we have done a lot of structural changes in the University of Nairobi with the help of IK and EBK. We consult a lot. Our students now are able to reach out to the industry. And as you know, most of you who are in consulting firms or contractors, you have received so many students in terms of this, what we call industrial or workshop engagements. So please receive the apologies from Engineer Ayub. So we are cognizant of the positive contribution that Engineer IK and EBK are making to the engineering profession and training. So for example, the University of Nairobi and IK, we have collaborated in so many fronts. They are sponsoring our students here in training. We are moving these students. You remember I think 10, 15, allow me just 5 minutes, I'll be done. Like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, the industry used to come here to look for our graduates. They used to knock at our door. Then I don't know what happened in the 90s. Then students are the one now going to look to knock at the industry. Now things have changed. The industry is now coming here. We have a lot of interest from the industry, and it's a very positive thing. And I can tell you, IEK and EBK are doing a lot in the background, and our students, if they are here, they can actually attest to that. So the Engineering Student Association, for example, is an organization for engineering students here in the Faculty of Engineering, and a great beneficiary of that collaboration network. And by the way, when I moved, I walked down here, I've met like 5 my former classmates, which we have never met. So this networking is also improving our networking base, coming to know each other there, and again, we share our contacts, and who knows, you can learn some opportunity. So this UN, University of Nairobi, IEK partnership provides a lot of outlets for our engineering innovation and research to reach far and wide, not only even in this country, even outside this country. So ladies and gentlemen, the UN has a very vibrant and well-structured engineering program. I just want to tell you that the University of Nairobi has done what we call a lot of restructuring. In fact, we have abolished some programs. We want to maintain those programs that are, competitive in the market. And we have done what we call curriculum reviews. We have, reviewed some program, and now we want to be abreast with the technology out there. So if you come now to the class, you will be shocked what you see our students are capable of doing. Thank you, IEK and EPK, for that. So indeed, under the stewardship of hardworking Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama, we have now seen a lot of collaborations. Like now we have collaboration with Kenya Roads Board, and all those, and students now are really enjoying and benefiting a lot directly. Now we are attracting almost, in the Faculty of Engineering, we have almost 200 million of research funding. These benefits directly the students, staff. If you come now, you'll find young, vibrant community here in the university. There was the need to comply with the emerging regulatory requirements such as Q, that is the Commissioner for University of Education. That's why we have reviewed those programs. If you come now here, you will be surprised what you see. So we are proud with what we have done so far as the university, and the benefits are now being felt widely. You can attest those students now we are getting the product to the market. They are good. You can attest that. If you give them that assignment, and you also have that training, a little bit of it, you tune them a little bit, they become very good in these engineering programs which you use down there. So the theme of the conference today is Build Back Wiser, Engineering the Future. So we are the backbone of the future. In fact, yesterday, today, and the future belongs to engineers. We are the one who make sure doctors are able to do what they are doing. So therefore, I'm proud to be associated with such initiatives, and happy to meet a great team of engineers and other professionals gathered together here for the benefit of mankind. So allow me now to read the Vice Chancellor's opening remarks with those few remarks, and then hand over now the mic to the rest of the Secretariat to carry on the rest of the program. So this is now the Vice Chancellor's speech I'm reading. So I'm just reading. So kindly listen to it. This is a speech from Professor Stephen Gitai Kiama, who is the Vice Chancellor of University of Nairobi. One of our illustrious former Vice Chancellors in the university is engineer. That is Professor Gishaga. All of you know Professor Gishaga. He is still with us. He's now eminent engineer in the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, and also emeritus professor in the University of Nairobi now for life. Emeritus professor is being a professor for life. His long service at the helm of this institution is unforgotten. All of you know that when you went for your interview, probably you have met Professor Gishaga for your professional interview. So he left us a rich legacy. As you celebrate the World Engineering Day 2022 and your 5th anniversary, we as the university recognize our indebtedness to a great engineer. Please applaud him. Please applaud Engineer Gishaga. So the collective contribution of a profession to society can sometimes be seen through the work of a singular individual. It may or may not be genius, but their work shines forth so that the work of those who come after is understood with clarity by the general populace. For example, Einstein did a lot for physics, and even though many may not know what the formula E equals to mc squared means, many are familiar with it and have some working knowledge of the special theory of relativity. I say this because you are Dr. Marlene Kanka, former president of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, spoke of the need to have World Engineering Day. Let me quote, "Engineers aren't very good at articulating the value of engineering and the impact that engineers and engineering have on society. This is a wonderful opportunity to talk about these aspects and engage the community in the work of engineers." End of quote. Therefore, to have had one of your own here at helm already speaks volumes, and we are proud as the University of Nairobi what engineers also can do. I am therefore honored to join in your celebration today together with the University of Nairobi Faculty of Engineering and to address you on this occasion. Our modern world has made great strides in innovation and technology, and we have worked hard to improve the quality of life for the majority. However, a lot remains to be done, and many people still do enjoy the quality of life as they should. The SDG, as you know them, are a reminder of what still has to be done. Climate changes, epidemics, now you are in the middle of pandemics, water, energy, all these are areas where we, as humanity, are challenged to go beyond what we now know to more. So to supersede our current knowledge in the question of a solution to an equitable life for all. But these solutions continue to dog us. In fact, in some instances, we seem to get worse, such as in the area of water and sanitation. It is therefore imperative that not just the engineering fraternity, but all academia push the boundaries of knowledge forward to simpler and affordable and accessible solutions. It is therefore my plea to you engineers that even as you celebrate today the work of engineers, that you strive towards bettering the life of your fellow man, be it through infrastructure, energy, water, whatever the area of engineering. I'm informed that the next week we will be having a career mentorship program here, running here at the University of Nairobi to students engineers by professional engineers, and the university is grateful to see such collaborations. We try to foster academia and industry linkages, so such mentorship goes a long way to expose our students earlier to working world and allow them to work on skills they will need in the workplace. So I will keep my remarks short and end here. I wish you a very happy 5th anniversary and happy World Engineering Day. Asanteni sana. So that was the speech by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama. As you can see, although this now belongs to the engineering, and therefore being a Dean of Engineering, I'm proud to host you in this magnificent structure. You can see there are no echoes here. So it's a well-designed structure. We have many structural engineers there, architects. So karibu sana to the University of Nairobi, and let us enjoy the rest of the discussions. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Wow. Hey, asante sana for that presentation on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. Tafadhali tumpigie makofi tena. And now I want to mention to you as our host who we are today. I mentioned our chief guest earlier, but now I want to mention the others whom we have come to in our delegation today. We have the chairman of Engineers Board of Kenya, Engineer Erastus Mongera. I hope you can see him there. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. That is the chair of the EBK later. So for that is just for noting that he's very much with us on this occasion. He is attending the World Engineers Summit in Costa Rica, where they're also going to be celebrating the World Engineers Day ahead later on. We have the first Vice President, Engineer Lucy Mutinda, who is here physically. Engineer Lucy Mutinda. There she has waved to us. We are very happy that she's been able to attend physically. And we also have, following virtually, the second Vice President of IEK, Engineer Eric Ohaga. Engineer Ohaga is following the event virtually. He has accompanied the President in the World Engineer Summit, because, of course, our President needs to go with somebody. There's some very important discussion taking place at that World Forum, and they need to be ably we need to be ably represented at that global platform. The person who has spoken a little earlier, the Honorary Secretary of IEK, Engineer Margaret Ogai, is here in person. Yes, there she is, waving to us very enthusiastically. Yes, that is part of our delegation here. And of course, in the midst here in the auditorium, we have got a whole group of distinguished engineers in Kenya. Please just wave your hands wherever you are. Yes, you're very distinguished and you're very much welcome in this event. Oh, I'm almost forgetting. Engineer Karen, we also have our treasurer, IEK, Engineer, my good friend. Let me just add my good friend, Engineer Karen Oyola. Engineer tafadhali simama tukuone. You know, she's not very short. Yes. Asante sana, Engineer. We also have Engineer Damaris Oyara, chairperson of the community. Thank you very much. Yes, so about everyone. So thank you very much for being able to celebrate physically with us on this World Engineering Day. Where was I? Yes, I was talking about the distinguished engineers here in Kenya who are attending this forum physically, and even the many others who are following us virtually. We know that you are with us, and we feel that you are also celebrating this very distinguished day for engineers. We also want to acknowledge and celebrate with all engineering students who may be here in this locality, because we are at an institution of engineering, an academic institution. So we do expect that we also have engineering students who are following this event, either physically or virtually. And also we have friends of engineering fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, feel most welcome to this event. And now with that, I would like to proceed straight away. Now that we have announced ourselves to our host, and we're feeling very much at home, I would like to proceed to invite Engineer Lucy Mutinda, the first Vice President of IEK, to give her opening remarks. Karibu sana, VP.
Good morning, everyone. Before I go to the formal part, I bring myself here with humility, speaking after Dr. Engineer, because I'm just Engineer Lucy. And then it's even more humbling to be in this tower, having studied in Keses in the village. I don't know how many of us come from Moi University here. When he said the former students of UON must find it very exciting to see towers, I think they already saw towers on the street. But us from Keses in Moi University, it's very exciting to be in such a tower in a university. And we wish all universities can look like this. And yeah, it's quite humbling what you're doing. So today is World Engineering Day. How many of us are happy to be engineers? Are we proud of our work? And to our friends in uniform, perhaps some of you are engineers, we appreciate you, and I hope you are happy to be here celebrating with us as you give us those good melodies. To the chief guest, the EBK registrar, the IEK president, fellow council members, fellow engineers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning once again. I want to warmly welcome you to our World Engineering Day celebrations for 2022. First, we have to be grateful that the ravages of COVID have somewhat abated, and we are now able to meet physically for this celebration. In fact, I'm very excited to see our EBK registrar today. It's been a while since I sat, our EBK chairman, in a physical meeting today, because we have been meeting more virtually. So it's exciting that we are coming back again physically. I want to apologize that we could not march on the expressway as we had initially planned to do. I know that was the highlight for most of us. The contractor happens to be on a very tight schedule to finish the works for the lounge. There were also some safety concerns. We shall, however, organize to match another day. As you know, today we are a part of a worldwide wave from the east to the west globally. As the sun rises from the east, people are waking up and starting to celebrate the day, and they will be discussing our theme this morning, which is Build Back Wiser, Engineering the Future. So to you as an engineer, what does it mean when we talk about building back wiser? First, it could be suggesting that what we were building before the pandemic was. Engineers can take the lead to build back wiser in key sectors such as clean energy infrastructure, water and sanitation, digital education, smart quality healthcare infrastructure, smart agriculture for food security, connectivity infrastructure such as mass transit systems, digitization, artificial intelligence, climate change mitigation. The list is endless. So, the formulation of engineering policies that encourages social innovations and public-private sector participation is also critical in building resilience and inclusivity to unleash homegrown talent and innovativeness of the young engineers. The speaker that went ahead of me, we were very glad to hear that nowadays the students are coming up with unimaginable innovations that we would never think of some years back. So I think we are on the right track. Knowledge dependence has been at the root of Africa's underdevelopment for decades. With very low investments in research for development, Kenya registers a low number of patents and continues to rely on foreign knowledge. Investments in engineering, R&D spending, and capacity development will deliver significant benefits to rebuilding a resilient engineering sector in Kenya. We all know during COVID, when supply chains were interrupted, we depend a lot on imported technology, so I believe it's high time we did our own homegrown solutions because we saw we can be interrupted and have to depend on our own knowledge and resources. Macroeconomic policies such as tax deferrals for small and even large engineering firms would play a key role in supporting post-COVID recovery and building after a period of project scarcity. And maybe I would pass this to our chief guest, to pass to the chief guest. Those of us who are entrepreneurs or running businesses in the engineering sector, it's been a low period of no projects, no revenues, and still KRA is still on our necks, requiring all the taxes to be paid on time, and perhaps the certificates that were raised, the invoices that we raised and collected VAT on have not yet been paid for. So it would be very helpful if we had policies that can help engineering firms to rebuild back as we recover from COVID scarcity of projects. To kick off, appreciating that all the engineering actions we take and actions taken in other sectors are interconnected, being aware that we need solutions and decision-making frameworks that can deal with this interconnectedness is paramount in building back wiser. During COVID, we saw everything is interrelated. Engineering, health, economics, and everything, it's interrelated. So part of building back wiser is collaborating, multi-sectoral collaboration. To kick off the World Engineers Day this year, there was a hackathon for students on the theme, and one of the challenges they had to work on was water accessibility in a changing climate. Climate-resilient water management systems to ensure safe and ongoing access for all. Now, for those who know me professionally, this was alluring to me, being my field of practice. The team that won actually worked on a challenge in this category. They developed an intelligent water quality monitoring system to obtain water quality data at a specific time and achieving real-time water quality monitoring. I wanted to draw this example from the hackathon because this is what our theme is calling us to do. We need to further expound our engineering designs and implementation to the broadest sense possible and deliver sustainable, resilient, digitized, versatile, distributed, and inclusive infrastructure systems. What we design and implement today will be our future, and if we do it with wisdom, we stand to gain. This is a challenge to each one of us. How am I working to attain the Sustainable Development Goals in my work? How are key issues like climate change or security or peace woven into my work? With what lens do I look at my work? These things are not frills anymore or larger than life concepts. Rather, that is how we have to work onwards to build back wiser. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is here with us. We cannot afford to be like Kodak, which refused to change with the times and missed out on an innovation wave. From the young to the old to everyone, we all have to change with the changing times. And Kodak missed on an innovation that they had already innovated on, and people came on and took it over and drove them out of business. We are a country known for innovation, and each of us, so long as we work in engineering, has something to give in the way of building back wiser. We should set out on a journey to discover what that is. I particularly want to encourage our young engineers to watch out opportunities amidst challenges, and the senior engineers to mentor and nurture their innovative ideas. We live in a global village. For instance, as young engineers and the students sitting here, what ideas can stem out of the unfortunate crisis that we currently have in Ukraine and Russia crisis? Think of it, we've been importing wheat. Wheat is imported from Russia and Ukraine to Africa, and most of natural gas was supplied to the Europe from Russia. But Europe has cut down natural gas supply from Russia. So does Africa stand a chance to become a supplier of natural gas to Europe? Or what can we do as the local engineers in agricultural engineering to boost our own wheat production and supply? So I encourage everyone with an entrepreneurial mind, because engineers, we make very good entrepreneurs. Think of every difficult or every challenge that you see around as an opportunity to use your knowledge to solve a problem. I leave this to the panel discussions later to deep digger in the course of our today's program. And without further ado, I would like to welcome the President of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Engineer Nathaniel Matalanga, to address us from Costa Rica. IEK Secretariat, please confirm if he is online. Okay. Okay, sorry. I'm advised I forgot to acknowledge. We also have Engineer Collins Juma, the immediate past president of IEK, who is also the president of East Africa Engineering Federation of Engineering Associations. He is here with us, ably representing himself. So, Secretariat, if you confirm that we have the president online, I could go on and invite him. CEO? Okay, so without further ado, I welcome the President of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Engineer Nathaniel Matalanga, to address us from Costa Rica, where he is currently representing at the World Engineering Day 2022 celebrations, Commonwealth Engineers Council, and World Federation of Engineering Organization meetings. Thank you very much all, and welcome, President.
Thank you very much. First VP, I think probably since no one has asked the members to clap for you, probably an applause for the first VP. Thank you very much. The Master of Ceremony, before I start, I will like your indulgence. If I could vary a bit, because I have eminent engineers with me here attending this World Engineer Summit in Costa Rica, who are interested to say hello to Kenyan engineers during this important day. And I will request that we vary the program a bit, so that I would have requested Engineer Collins Juma to go first. Then I will get the immediate past president of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, Engineer Martin Manuha. Then I would get the person representing Federation of African Engineering Organization President, Engineer Kalin Chedid, Dr. Kwame Bokye, to say something before we receive the address from the President of the World Federation of Engineering Organization. and then I could make my my speech. And I'm doing this. I'm going into part 2 because members, it is 1:20 a.m. here, and if we keep on too long, we don't think we're going to survive much later because we started a bit late. If it's okay, MC, can I proceed then? Since I've heard Engineer Collins Juma is there, I could invite him to make his speech. Then we can go to FAO and then WFEO before I make my speech. In case Engineer Juma is not ready, I could go straight to FAO, then you would give him his chance later. So fellow engineers in Kenya, I've already told you that we have Engineer Martin Manuha. All of you know him, the immediate past president of the Federation of Engineering Organization. I could just invite him to say hello to the Kenyan engineers before Engineer Kwame Bokeh comes on. Engineer Manuha?
Jambo Kenya. A very good morning to you all from Costa Rica. I'm so proud to be part of the celebrations with you and indeed the rest of the world. What I really take heed of is this year's theme, which is building back wiser, which basically means we need to now review the construction models, the engineering systems that we use, the design parameters. We now need to think sustainability. We now need to build resilience into our construction, into our design, into our engineering. So I'm very, very happy that this is our second, in fact, was supposed to be the third celebration of the World Engineering Week, but because of COVID, the first one could not happen. So I'm so proud of IEK, EEBK, and the rest of the Kenyan engineers for celebrating this day. Can I just tell you a few historical events of how this day came into being? It was a lot of hard work by none other than your current president, your past president, President Juma, and most of the African engineering institution presidents, especially our incoming FAO, our incoming WFEO president-elect, Mustafa Shehu, and Valerie, Yashin Brick-Moham, and myself and many others went to Paris to lobby, first of all, to the African ambassador at UNESCO, who then raised the motion in the General Council meeting of UNESCO. So Africa, it must be written down in history, played a very big part. And the motion, of course, was raised by Namibia, supported by Nigeria, Zimbabwe, the Gambia, China, and Germany. And you can tell that this day belongs to Africa because most of the building smarter and wiser has to be done in Africa. So congratulations, Mr. President Matalanga, for your ever persistent hard work. And of course, congratulations to all the Kenyan engineers. Let us build wiser. Let us reduce waste. Let us recycle. And let us also ensure that we are sustainable in our designs, as well as using the Industrial 4.0 revolution in design. Thank you very much and greetings from Costa Rica. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Martin. So greetings. I forgot to say it's greetings also from Zimbabwe. Now, next is Engineer Kwame.
Greetings, obviously. Greetings from Zimbabwe and from the Engineering Council of Zimbabwe and the Zimbabwe Institution of Engineers. They are also following and celebrating with you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Manuha. Next is Engineer Kwame Bokeh, representing the President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations.
Good morning. Engineering practitioners of Kenya. I prefer to use the word engineering practitioners because we want to be inclusive and bring in all the other engineering practitioners, the technicians, and so on, because we really need to form a total community. It is a great pleasure to stand in for our FIO president, Engineer Colin Bushidib, who unfortunately cannot be with us at this particular point. She's got so many assignments, that she has learned to delegate to old folks like me who will step in, for her. Let me congratulate all of you. Kenya has been really, really, active and very forward-looking in the African community, African engineering community. And at every opportunity, I would like to give my own, personal support, of course, as well as the support of, FIO. I start from my own saying that Africa is going nowhere without engineering. So when we think of building back wiser, let us keep in mind that in Africa, we haven't built a whole lot to go back to. So really, our focus should be building forward wiser. Let us learn from the experience, the accomplishments and the mistakes that have been made all over the globe, and take advantage of that as we move forward. Because Africa is exactly the future of not just the engineering, but indeed of the whole world. But it behoves us to put our act together, because we can say everything that we want, but we must always keep in mind this paradox that the continent that is so rich in natural resources is also poor. And I think the engineering community in particular owes a special responsibility to try to relieve the continent of this unfortunate, tag. So on this World Engineering Day, I appeal to all our engineering practitioners of Africa to put our resources together, because one of the challenges that we have faced in Africa is that we have what I call individual excellence, but group incompetence. Wherever you go, there are individual Africans who are doing very, very well, but as a group, we are not doing so well. And I think as we reflect on building back better, we also must reflect on what must we do to make sure that our group competence goes way, way, way up. And on that note, I'd like to thank you. And as your president said, it is 1 something over here, and we already have a program at 7:30 in the morning here. So if we don't move quickly, we will not be able to operate efficiently. So thank you, Nathaniel. Thank you, President Nathaniel. And thank you, everybody, for giving me an audience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwame Boche. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. I don't know whether you heard that, but you could see it.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwame Boche, for ably representing the President of the Federation of Africa Engineering Organizations, Engineer Colin Bushidib. She's actually transiting from Doha to San Jose at the moment, so she was not able to give her remarks to our members, but we really appreciate the sacrifice. Dr. Boche has stood in for her and informed us of what happened and what they are doing. So I am told the IPP is ready, so probably Engineer Collins Juma, with your appreciation and the support you have continued to give the institution, members will appreciate that IEK resources were not able to sponsor many of our members to come to this San Jose, Costa Rica conference this year. But we are glad that knowing that it's important to attend, you actually are able to mobilize and support the second VP to be with me, and I find his support invaluable. Welcome, IPP.
Allow me to remove the mask. I think the social distance is good enough. Good morning. I want to start by saying that I'm really glad to be here, and thank you, good people at the back. I know with virtual, maybe they've gone to sleep, but I want to thank the president and the former president of FAU Manoa for the good compliment. Engineering has so many challenges. That's why one part of the world is at night and one part is at the day. So we are not able to sit together, but nevertheless, we endeavor to live together. When I talk about engineering challenges, I think I'm one of the people who face this in the morning. I woke up very early with the intention to have a round of golf, and at around 6 o'clock I wanted to start by 6:15. A colleague from State Department of Energy in Washington was calling me, so I picked the phone, and I was wondering that, Alicia, you should be sleeping now, it must be time for Ukraine. Okay, the background of this story is that I'm the CEO of Nuclear Power and Energy Agency, also I should have said that. So we try to share information if there's a crisis, and this is always coordinated by the International Atomic Energy Agency. And I think the US wanted to be ahead in sharing the information with their counterparts about what is happening in the Ukraine. And she was just telling me that we can't have another Chernobyl again. And I asked her, what has happened? She told me that one of the nuclear power plant has been hit, and they are involved in trying to ensure that it is operated at minimal, and then it goes down to zero so that they don't have a meltdown. And they were trying to negotiate a ceasefire so that the US government could help Ukraine to have diesel so that they run the generators that bring power to the plant. We call them off-site power generators. And I was saying, and this is World Engineering Day, what is happening in the morning? But these are technology challenges that as engineers, we can't run away from and we shouldn't fear. And that's why we are engineers. I think back home, we know the challenges that we are facing with our expressway, the jams and the dust and all that. But I think these are the things we call good problems, because I'm sure after 3-4 months, we will be zooming on top, some will be on down, some will be on top, and we'll be happy. But the challenges that come with engineering is enormous. And we know that engineering is one of the professions that is supposed to solve problems. And I always challenge my colleagues from other professions. I was telling one doctor the other day that when I bring a patient to Nairobi Hospital, you give me a bill, which I pay for admission. Then, unfortunately, I lose the patient. Then you even give me a bigger bill of maybe 8-10 million. But the question is, what am I paying for? We know in the engineering industry, if you're doing construction, you start from the from the foundation, you bring the foundation up, they give you a certificate, you pay. You know what you are paying for. You go to the rest of the project, if it's a house, you do the walling. When you reach the lintel, they give you a certificate, you pay. You know what you are paying for. You take your vehicle to the garage, you tell them, I want to change this and this and this. Maybe the speedometer is not working or the fuel gauge, I can't see, you rectify, they give you a bill. So I always say that ours is very specific and we earn money for what we do. But I'm not blaming them because the nature maybe of their profession could be very different. Like maybe lawyers, I don't know, sometimes you pay per word, but you really don't know what you are paying for. So I want to say that we are in a very specialized profession, but we should guard it. And I say we should guard it because we have mushrooming of so many so-called engineers who are also practicing out here. And they keep Margaret running around. When there's a collapse of a building, then you see Margaret on the TV. I don't know how you are going to preempt that so that it doesn't happen, but I'm sure you're doing something about it. The other day we had a bridge of 100 million, which was swept by some small rain. So I don't know if we had a flood, what would happen to such bridges. But as I said earlier, these are the challenges that we have in the profession, and we should face them. I think I was only allocated 5 minutes, and maybe I've consumed the whole thing. But chief guest represented, and the chairman of the Engineers Board of Kenya, my good friend, Engineer Mwongera, the president of the institution, assuming that he's still there, but represented by the able first vice president. I know she's never read any statement without artificial intelligence. In fact, when she was reading the statement, I was trying to, but it came. The president of the World Federation of Engineering Organization, Dr. Gonke, the president of the FEO, Federation of African Engineering Organization, Madam Carlin, but represented by Engineer Kwame, and fellow engineers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning, and I'm pleased to be among you today to mark this special day for the engineering fraternity. Let me at this juncture express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee. As we know, and this happened in Melbourne, in November 2019, during the World Engineers Congress in Melbourne, and that was also the 40th General Conference of UNESCO. A resolution was adopted to proclaim 4th March of every year as a World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development. And this is the first and only international day to celebrate and recognize the achievements of engineers and engineering, and celebration are being planned around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, adopting a World Engineering Day does not mean that in the past, society was not recognizing the engineers' contribution towards societal building and development. But for many years, many countries have been celebrating the Engineering Day at the national level, recognizing the value of engineering profession in enhancing socio-economic development. And I remember in India, for example, 15th of September every year, they pay respect to one of their greatest engineers, Engineer Visvesvaraya, popularly known as MV, who was a great civil engineer specialized in dam building. And I know in Tanzania also, the annual Engineers Day is also celebrated in September. What we do here is that we've been having our conference in the month of September to celebrate the achievement of the engineering practice. Fellow engineers, there is a lot of work to be done to address the challenges of life, climate change, environmental issues, fast-growing cities, and challenges posed by the new technologies, including artificial intelligence and probably the nuclear that I've just talked about. And as engineers, we must have the environment in mind, the ravaging effects of pollution and climate change, and this can no longer be ignored. We need to strategize in our processes to ensure that there's no undue burden passed to our future generation, and we should act sustainably in our processes. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the engineers and engineering projects are essential for peaceful coexistence of all the inhabitants of the world. And it is the engineers who develop and implement technologies and systems which will propel the UN sustainable development goals. The engineers are designing and developing resilient infrastructure to stand the increasing weather-related events. And the engineers are also essential for sustainable economic development as they provide support to growth and development of important infrastructure such as roads, railways, power lines, etc. They are further needed to develop inclusive technologies and innovations which will benefit the people and the universe for greater prosperity and quality of life. I take this opportunity to sincerely thank all the distinguished delegates, both in person and virtual, as we celebrate the World Engineering Day. In support of the gesture, I wish to urge the members to continue demonstrating commitment and dedication for the purpose of promoting the engineering profession in the region. Now it is my humble duty to welcome the President, according to the program, the Federation of African Engineering Organization, Madam Kalin, represented by Engineer Kwame. Thank you, and may God bless you.
The West African Federation of Engineering Organizations. I don't know whether you want to say something, or we can go straight to the President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. Engineer Kwabena, you want to say something?
Yes, I just want to say a big welcome. I'm happy to join this meeting on behalf of the President and all engineers in the West African Federation. We want to congratulate Kenya for this occasion. The whole world is celebrating this day to mark the important contribution of engineers to development around the world. And we want to see a lot more collaboration between engineers across the African continent, especially working towards the achievement of the SDGs, which many of us, unfortunately, are still lagging behind the targets, only 8 years to the 2030 deadline. So on this note, I just want to make fraternal greetings on behalf of President Alex Ayer and all the engineers who belong to the West African Federation of Engineering Organizations. Thank you very much, Nathaniel.
Thank you very much, Engineer Kwame Bokinala, Engineer Kwabena Anjepol. Members, let us applaud Engineer Kwabena for ably representing Engineer Alex Ayer, who is still also transiting through Doha to be here with us later this morning. As I had said earlier, it is a very early morning here. I know in Kenya it's late morning. And when the president of WFEO, Professor Dr. Konge, said he had to go and send us a video link, I panicked. That's why I said, let us start with this delegation in Costa Rica before we can go back to the speakers you have there with you. So I will request the Secretariat, if you have received the link that was shared by the President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, could you please play it before I make my speech? If you're having a challenge, please let me know. We are online, we can't hear it. Since he's the president of WFEO, if you're having a challenge, I could, we can continue with the program. Then he can come later when you're ready.
participated in these global competitions. They have submitted various innovative engineering solutions to real-world problems. It is exciting to see so many young people engage themselves in an attempt to develop enabling engineering for sustainable development goals. To build back wiser, the global partnership and collaboration of engineering industry and governments are of paramount importance. On March 4th, we will host a 24-hour global live broadcast to celebrate this festival moment, to showcase excellent engineering practices in implementing SDGs in different parts of the globe, to provide opportunities for all stakeholders to exchange their experiences and ideas, to learn from each other, and to cooperate with each other. We welcome the international community to celebrate the World Engineering Day with us together and to leverage the systematic wisdom of science, technology, and engineering to work collectively for Build Back Wiser and to shape a more sustainable future of the humankind and the Earth. Dear colleagues and friends, the third World Engineering Day, March 4th, is coming right up. WFEO has proposed to establish such a World Engineering Day for celebrating engineering achievements and mobilizing engineers across the world to accelerate the actions of implementing the SDGs. This proposal was officially adopted by UNESCO in 2019. In spite of the pandemic, the World Engineering Day has been celebrated by engineering organizations, academies, industrial companies, civil societies, as well as governments, with strong support by United Nations bodies. Especially at last year's World Engineering Day, we have witnessed the launch of the second UNESCO Engineering Report, which is a milestone report in the global development of engineering. Over 2 years into the COVID-19 pandemic, we have witnessed the engineering approaches and the key technologies help to combat against COVID-19, as well as in maintaining productions and services. In the meanwhile, we strongly realize that the world should
So thank you. Thank you very much. MC, can I proceed or you? MC, can you hear me? Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, and a big appreciation to the President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations for those remarks. For those who couldn't follow, we have shared the clip on our social media platforms. So I will now go on. The chief guest, the CS James Wainaina Macharia, ably represented by Engineer James Kungu, the chairman of the Engineers Board of Kenya, Engineer Rastus Mongera. I'm very happy to see you physically at the University of Nairobi. I know the first Engineers Day you were physically present, but the subsequent one, due to the COVID, you are not able to join us physically, but you join us virtually. So we are very happy to see you today. The EBK board members, IEK council members present, all esteemed engineers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning in Nairobi, Kenya, and it's also good morning from here in Costa Rica. Thank you all for joining us today in commemorating this very important day in our calendar year. 2 years ago, we stood at this very hall to mark the first World Engineering Day. I know Engineer Martin Manu has said this is the second Engineering Day, but in Nairobi it is the third one, because we celebrated the first one in 2020 despite the cancellation of the Paris event. Last year we also celebrated at this same hall, and this year we are back. Today, it is the third World Engineering Day, And this is the time we are also celebrating our 50th anniversary as the Institution of Engineers of Kenya since 1972. I wish to thank you all for the zeal with which you have served this noble profession. And all, I mean, across the board, from Nairobi to all over Kenya, those following us virtually, to all over Africa and all over the world. I'll ask, what a time to be an engineer. Those who read the Bible know that when the apostles were confronted with blindness, one of them asked Jesus, "It is good to be here. Let us build one tent for you and one tent." I know Engineer Mongera will finish it for me, and one tent for the others, because they wanted to stay there. So as we celebrate this day, it's good to remind ourselves what a time to be an engineer. I'm sure we are also excited and we'd like the day to be extended. Never before has the world looked up to us, not only for construction and infrastructure solutions, but for life solutions to carry the future as much as now. Today we are called upon to build back wiser and engineer the future for all humanity. Fellow engineers, as we congregate here today, let us all be reminded of the great responsibility that we are here in achieving the global goals that we have, the great responsibility that we have in achieving the global goals which were adopted by the United Nations in 2015. That is zero poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, access to clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions. I don't know if you have ever stopped to ask yourself, why the 4th of March? Engineer Manua has explained briefly. Why do we have World Engineering Day on 4th of March? 4th of March was chosen because that was the founding day of the World Federation of Engineering Organization, which is the mother organization of all the national engineering associations and institutions. For those of you who may be attending such a function for the first time, we have at the national level, so we have in Kenya, we have at the branch level, the branches of IEK, and the national level, we have the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, and at the regional level, we have the East African Federation of Engineering Organizations. That's why Engineer Collins Juma just made those remarks, being the current president. Then we're also privileged to have benefited from the attendance today, the West African Federation of Engineering Organizations. We have all the other organizations present here with me in San Jose, Costa Rica, for the World Federation of Engineering meetings and General Assembly. Then in Africa, we have the Federation of Africa Engineering Organizations, and of course the epic body now, the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. And we are privileged in Kenya. I think we were the first to play the clip that was shared by the President Konke. He will have liked to make a live address the way I'm doing it. I was with him a few minutes ago, but it was getting late. Therefore, because of the heavy program, he had to excuse himself. Incidentally, it was the development of the sustainable goals that led to this day being established in the UNESCO calendar in 2020. That's why I've taken liberty to go through the sustainable development goals above. The recognition that engineers and engineering need to be at the heart of achieving the sustainable development goals. So the sustainable development goals are not something we can choose to ignore. We are therefore called as a profession on this World Engineers Day 2022 to be involved in engineering peace, resilience, to climate change, sustainable economic development, inclusive technologies and innovations, and to promote equal access of technology to women. As an Executive Council member of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, I am therefore keen to see that engineers are involved in projects related to these themes. And I believe that will be the discussion going on during the panel today, where we will be exhaustive, discuss our theme this year. But even as I speak to these themes, there are certain issues I wish to highlight with regard to our local situation in Kenya and what our aspirations as Kenyan engineers are. The first, and I speak to the representative of the Cabinet Secretary, my friend, classmate, James Kungu. The first is the involvement of engineers in local infrastructure projects. We have very many engineers looking for jobs and are worried because there are many jobs that need our technical competency, but other professionals are employed in those capacities. I want to give the example of procurement in departments that require equipment or materials to be used in engineering. We need the technical competency to know what to procure. We therefore need engineers in those spaces. This is therefore a call to engineers to improve their skills in both engineering, not only in engineering, but also acquire additional skills that allow them to do other jobs, even with engineering as a core skill. This in turn will boost the employment of our engineers, but I believe we still have space for the uptake of engineers, especially graduate engineers, whose core focus is engineering in our national government, our county governments and parastatals. We need to support the transition of graduate engineers into professional engineers. The current numbers point to a very big imbalance in which, and this is not good at all, as a country that is struggling to develop. The ratio needs to be corrected so that we have more professional engineers. We also need to promote local engineering practice to become globally competitive in light of ongoing trade liberalization talks. This is why we want that capacity building to be able to train our engineers to be at the world-class level. We also need better terms for engineers, and here I have in mind the non-practicing allowances for those engineers who serve in the practice sector. We also urge the improvement, the scale up of the entry level from the current grade to grade L in the scheme of service to make the profession more attractive to the younger generations and keep our graduate engineers from transitioning to other more lucrative professions. We have an ongoing impasse in accreditation in engineering programs, which needs to be resolved. And this Engineer Kungu is right in the it is right for the CS to talk to his counterparts at the Attorney General's chambers to review the advisory that was given to the committee that the Attorney General's office was not advised properly and therefore has not allowed them to get into memorandum of associations and to enable the Commission of University Education move with speed in accreditation of university programs. All is not gloom and doom, and I wish to appreciate the support we have continued to receive from the government towards the EBK accent to the Washington Accord. And also the government has really helped us pushing through the gazettement of the scales of fees for engineers. I am told that this is at the tail end, where there is a document at the CS's office, which Engineer Kungu, we shall appreciate if you ensured is forwarded to scaling of engineers and for better remuneration and working conditions, so that engineers may thrive in this country. A country cannot develop with foreign input. Kenya has tried, but you can see where we are headed when we are not able to create local capacity to maintain and carry out future developments. We cannot continue depending on foreign professionals. It is expensive and not sustainable. On another note, as you all know, we have internally our own upcoming IEK elections. I want to encourage you, all members, to pay up your outstanding subscriptions so that you are eligible to vote. This exercise will continue until the 8th of March 2022, when the voters' register will be closed. There is a lot happening on social media, and I urge all of you to be patient. The Council is trying its best to ensure that this process goes on seamlessly. Therefore, we urge you to support us to ensure that we give ourselves space to perform the duty. We popularize the institution during the election campaign. Vote wisely. We shall wish success to those who win, but I urge those who may not get through. You are getting into an election, and you should be ready to win and also to lose. And if you lose, please support the elected officials. On a countrywide scale, we also have general elections coming up, and I would like to urge all of us to be guided by the principles which we will discuss this afternoon. Let us vote for leaders with a track record of economic growth and a genuine drive for development of this great nation. The leaders who have been there before and have not performed, they have nothing to show. Please use your space as an enlightened citizen to talk to the people you come across, educate them so that they are able to vote for development, vote for leaders who are going to push our country forward. We all experience the challenges we have had with members of parliament, and this country, Kenya, our country, Kenya, will grow with speed if we had an educated parliament. If we had members of parliament both at the local assembly and at the Senate who are educated and they are able to take part in discussions that are able to influence policy and therefore are able to come up with good laws that move this country forward. With those few remarks, I'd like to wish you a very good World Engineering Day in Kenya. God bless you, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, President. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, Engineer Grace.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very, very much for your very rich speech. We have heard a lot about what you have talked about, what IEK has been doing, the advocacy issues, the issues to do with education, issues to do with imbalance of professional engineers, and pushing of issues in Parliament, very important issues, and of course, a lot of issue for our chief guest to attend to. I can see he's nodding his head. He's actually nodding his head. He has taken note of all the issues that we have presented to him, and I do believe he will support us because he has honored us this day by attending our event. So thank you very much, Mr. President. Our next presenter, oh yeah, let's give him, President, a round of applause. Mighty round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and also take note that you have mentioned our youth who are very, very important in this body of IEK. Our next speaker is the chairman of Engineers Board of Kenya, a very distinguished engineer in the fraternity of engineering. He has spent many, many years working in the public service and also has continued to give service to this nation. We really, really treasure him, and we really appreciate that he still continues to support the fraternity. We really appreciate the wisdom that he shares, even as chair of Eminent Engineers Forum. Many people may not know that you are chair of that forum, a forum of very eminent engineers, and they do give very solid advice to the council. They have a lot of what you call institutional memory, and they also have a lot of connections and networks in the right places in this country. So we really, really appreciate the support, the help they give. And even a function like this, they have actually facilitated a lot in the background. You may not know. So I want to take this opportunity now to invite Engineer Rasas Mongera, a professional engineer, CBS, EBS, to address us on this occasion of the World Engineering Day. Karibu sana, engineer. A round of applause for him as he comes to the podium.
Thank you, MC. The President of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Engineer Nathaniel Matalanga, the Vice Chancellor of this great Nairobi University, Professor Kema, ably represented by the Dean of the School of Engineering, Engineer Dr. Osano, the President of the Federation of East Africa Engineering Organizations, who is also the immediate past President of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Engineer Collins Njuma, the President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, the President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, council members of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, led by the first Vice President, Engineer Lucy Mutinda, board members and management present, led by the Registrar, Engineer Margaret Ogai, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. God is good, and all the time, and that is his nature. We thank him for his saving grace and for the wonders he does in our lives. The President asked me to complete a passage he was trying to quote. You find that in Matthew 17 from verse 1, where Jesus took 3 of his disciples, that is Peter, James, and his brother John, sons of Zebedee, and he took them to a high mountainous area. Jesus was going to be transfigured. Actually, he was taken to heaven in their presence, and there they saw him in the company of Moses and Elijah. And that is when Peter got excited, and he said, Lord, it is good to be here with these people we have read about, Moses and Elijah. Allow me to build 3 shelters, one for you, one for Moses, one for Elijah, and we shall forever be here. Looking at Jesus as another king. And just like we all do, you want to be close to where the power is. King. But then God reminded him that that was not going to be the case, and that is why he pronounced. A violent wind came, and God announced, this is my son, and listened to him. That was not the message that I was briefing, but since our president, and I'm very happy he is quoting the Bible, I just wanted to put it in the right context so that we don't live here with the wrong doctrine, because that will be very dangerous. As I listened to the speakers who have spoken before me, and as I acknowledge the presence of Engineer Kungu, who is here on behalf of our chief guest, our Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works, I just wondered, and especially from Engineer Juma, you know, he was giving this example of a doctor. I want to tell him, if this world was occupied by engineers only, with all due respect to the engineers in this room, including our police force brothers and sisters who are here, but they are also applying engineering because the instruments they are entertaining us with are made by engineers. This one would have very little problem. Because when God created the heavens and the earth, He spoke engineering. The first ones we read about God is engineering. Because He tells us in Genesis 1, the earth was full of darkness, formless, and also on. And the only visible person was the Holy Spirit, His Holy Spirit, who was hovering in the dark of the deep. The whole thing was very deep, very dark, and deep. And then in Genesis 3, God speaks. We hear Him speaking first. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. What is light? Is what is making this room bright. If the lights go off here, I will not even be able to read this statement, and so on. And God created the world very precisely in 6 days, and in the 7th day He rested. We have never heard anywhere God and to repeat work or to announce a variation order so that He could complete the world. It was perfect. And He goes on to create us in Genesis 1, 27 and 28. After creating everything else, He thought, now let me have somebody very special. He created man and woman in His own likeness and in His own understanding. And He did not only create us, and in His own image. He did not only create us, but He also commissioned us to, number one, to multiply and fill the whole world, of which we have done, and to subdue the rest of the creation. Subduing is not destroying, is not murdering, is not the kind of things we do. It's nurturing, it's loving, it's embracing. All that was good and then He put us in this beautiful garden of Eden. And all that was very beautiful until the man was tempted by the serpent. I'm saying the man, although we are told Eve is the one who was tempted, where was Adam? And he was created first as the end of his family. So he failed. We started failing there. And that is why, Bwana President, we are paying for bills from doctors which we can't see because of our sins. If we didn't sin, we will not be getting sick. We will be continuing with engineering. If we didn't sin, we will not be having any challenges, having politics which become so toxic that you don't even want even to open the communication channels and so on. We won't be happy people. But because of sin, we find ourselves where we are. And our responsibility as engineers is to work very hard and bring the rest of the humanity, including ourselves, closer to God, so that we can approach His holiness, we can approach His righteousness, and we can reduce the sin in this world. That is the responsibility of the engineer. And as I make my statement, before I invite our CS to address us, it is under that context. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to join you as we celebrate the 3rd World Engineering Day for a sustainable world. I'm delighted that this year we have kept our annual tradition as we mark this very significant globally celebrated day to recognize engineers and engineering contribution towards a safer, better, and healthier world. The Engineers Board of Kenya is proud to have jointly organized this national celebration together with the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. And as our president has told us, this day is significant because it is the day the World Federation of Engineering Organization was born. We are also ahead of the rest of the world because 2020, when they got scared of COVID, we were bored. Actually, we were bored because we didn't know what COVID was. We came here, we didn't have masks and so on, and we celebrated the day, and God protected us. The first and second World Engineering Day celebrations was marked at the time the world was being ravaged by the worst pandemic in over a century. We celebrate engineers and engineering work that make the world function and changed the dynamics of the normal life. In particular, we celebrate engineers' involvement in the following national projects. Number one, the construction industry grew by 16.2%, notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic. The GDP for the construction in Kenya is estimated to reach Kenya shillings 159 or 160 billion in 2023. Construction of 10,500 kilometers of paved roads in the last 8 years, so adding to the existing 11,200 that existed before. Number three, installation of 2,600 megawatts in the last 8 years to add to 1,300 megawatts that existed before the translating to 75% of the power generation in green energy. And four, connection of an extra 6.3 million households in national grid from 2.3 million households in 2013, ranking Kenya as first in Africa. This year's theme foresees life as pandemic ends. Engineers now face a new world application of science in challenging the nature has changed. National and county governments will be eager to invest. It will also change with both public and private sector project owners placing a new emphasis on the sustainability and resilience. The town and the cities need to serve more residents who worked from home, required to lead the way towards telecom and smart city initiatives. The board, in full recognition of these dynamics, will continue to provide a framework for conducive environment that will ensure engineers are innovative, nurtured, and rewarded well for the good efforts. And we want to echo you, Mr. President, for the concern you have raised about the engineers, especially those in public service. And we are also pursuing that to make sure that engineers are well compensated. This will be done within the regulatory framework provided by the Engineers Act 2011 and Engineers Rules of 2019. Non-compliance of the Act and the rules by the public is a major concern on public health and safety. It has seen increased cases of collapsing buildings, bridges, electrocution, and other hazards. The board is currently undertaking a countrywide structural assessment of ongoing building constructions to ascertain the quality of engineering works and the services and the compliance to the standards. The structural assessment involves the inspection of buildings under construction in the selected counties, including Nairobi, Kiambu, Vihiga, Kisumu, Kakamega, Siaya, Mombasa, and Uasin Gishu by a team of experts appointed by the board. And that is why you notice there is very few members of the board present here today, because they are accompanying these teams to introduce them to the county and administration. The purpose of the exercise is to establish the adequacy of supervision arrangements, determine the adequacy of compliance to the set standards, statutory requirements such as approval and development and oversight arrangements by the counties to ensure quality and safety is achieved. The outcome of this exercise will be a report to inform policy that will contribute to solving issues such as collapse of infrastructure, particularly in buildings. The board is strengthening the graduate engineers internship program in the roadmap towards increased professional engineering numbers. And I was very excited to hear the Dean assure us that the quality of education in this university has continued to be of the highest caliber, because that way, then we know the product, the end product will be marketable and will find space in the industry. There are some of your colleagues who are treating students as just an in-house cooking arrangement. They don't care about their future. They usher them into unaccredited programs, carry them through for 5 years, and then after that they throw them into the world. They come pleading with the board, but the board can do nothing because those programs must be accredited. And this accreditation is not a Kenya-made requirement. It's an international requirement. And I'm very happy you have listened today to the international world speaking, and they are all talking of quality engineering. Even when we are talking of sustainable goals, it is the quality of engineering. The program has 3 approaches for its implementation. The board pilot program successfully recruited an additional 100 number graduate engineers under cohort 3. The board is engaging a public service commission to improve the interns' terms of engagement to reflect those of other professional bodies. And this is because we have a 3-year program for them. The Act requires that a graduate engineer must undergo practical training for 3 years before they can apply for registration. And we want to engage the Public Service Commission so that this practical arrangement can also be administratively achieved so that the engineers can then stay and then graduate. The board has also signed an MOU with the KEPS and the SUSU on a structured graduate engineers agency model. Other institutions the board has engaged with Ketraco and Schneider Electric. We also work very closely with the road agencies, Kena, Kera, and Kura, and KRB, to ensure that the graduate engineers they have undergo this structured program so that at the end of their 3 years, they are able to register as professional engineers. As I conclude, application of engineering skills is similar globally. While the board recognizes this, there have been several hindrances for the mobility of our engineers. The board is working towards acceding to the Washington Accord, which will elevate the recognition of our engineering programs and attract foreign students to study locally. It will also allow our engineers to practice anywhere in the world once our degree programs are recognized globally. And they can only be recognized globally if they are accredited by the Engineers Board of Kenya. This will also ensure the supply and demand for the engineers and engineering services is at equilibrium in the near future. Our universities will also attract foreign students and earn the so much desired foreign exchange. The board plays a critical role in connecting academia to industry through collaboration and partnerships. The board recognizes the need to stimulate these linkages to promote economic development, contribute to research and innovation, and affordable solutions of problems encountered in the industry and the policy development. The board is therefore an active member in development of framework for collaboration between academia and the State Department of Infrastructure on research and capacity building for sustainable road infrastructure. And therefore, we are starting this as a pilot arrangement on the road sector, and very soon we are going to roll out this framework where we'll work with the universities so that we can engage the staff, those who have not registered to be professional engineers can have opportunity to be given exposure in the industry. We will also ensure that the research is coordinated between the research departments within this infrastructure department, the materials department, and research, and the universities. We will also ensure that some of the equipment that is acquired during construction of mega road projects finds its way to universities so that they can be used for continued research work and so on and so forth. So my appeal to the universities is to ensure, starting with the civil engineering programs, is to ensure that all those programs are accredited with the board so that we are not seen to discriminate when we roll out this program. I wish to assure you that Kenya has a good stock of well-trained and competent engineers who can drive and develop agenda. Engineers, however, need to adapt to the rapid technological advancement and climate change. The board is therefore organizing engineering partnership convention in April to discuss, among other things, climate action, engineering education, and liberalization of engineering services. Finally, I commend the Ministry of Transport for setting up a task force for the review on the road design manual. In fact, this is timely so that when we start this collaborative framework, we shall have a modern manual which can be used in applying research. I take this opportunity to join the President in congratulating the Institution of Engineers of Kenya for this 50th anniversary celebration. 50 years ago, the institution was born. The board is a senior sibling because we were born 3 years earlier, 1969, and we celebrated ours in 2019. But we want to congratulate you and to recognize the many things you have done, Mr. President, during your tour of office, which still continues. Maybe to highlight a few of them. We have seen as eminent engineers that you have very strong compassion, a very human heart for the support of engineers. Where engineers have been mishandled, you and your council have gone out of your way to defend them, because in Kenya what we see happening, before proper investigation is done, people are mopped up, thrown into jails, and your career is damaged from that effect. We have seen you working very hard, and we want to congratulate you for that commitment and that effort. We have also seen you encourage engineers to stand up and live to the code of conduct and ethics, so that when we are given opportunities to get in jobs, then we do them with decorum, we do them with the highest degree of integrity and accountability. We have also seen you fight for the engineers, and in fact you have even today addressed the CS through the chief engineer, that where we have engineering institutions, the best managers and the leaders for those institutions are engineers. And this should not be mistaken. It should be spoken out. All of us go to church or mosque, whatever faith you belong in. But all of us cannot be pastors and preachers. You must go to listen to a sermon from somebody who is recognized as a preacher, isn't it? Similarly, you cannot get an engineer to run an engineering institution and expect the results. I know, because engineers, we are always bending, and remember, God announced engineering. And maybe because of that privilege, we have gone into comfort zone, and we get subdued. And in your humbleness and humility, you say, So long I'm getting my salary, I have children in school, let me not be controversial. You are not being controversial. What the president has been championing is, let us be heard. Let us be told why an engineering institution or why the act or the administrative instrument that was first drafted for that institution required an engineer to end it. Why do you want to turn around and change it? And we are not doing it uniformly. If we can change so that engineers can also be chief justice, engineers can also be solicitor general, engineers can also be director of medical services, engineers can also be director of education, engineers can also be a journalist. Then we can say Kenya has become a revolutionary country, and therefore we are disrespecting professionalism, and therefore let us make it for. But we are doing it selectively because those changing those acts, I can tell you for free, they have other interests other than those institutions learning to achieve what they were intended. That is why we have to fight very hard, and we want to thank our CS and our peers. Please convey our gratitude, Chief Engineer, members of Parliament who rallied behind us, because we are very many members of Parliament, not necessarily engineers, lawyers, accountants, and so on. When we put the case of the Kenya Roads Bill and why an engineer should end Kenya, Kera, and Kura, they understood. Because you see, and one needs to understand, allow me, MC, to explain this a bit. One needs to understand the basis of establishing those road agencies. Because I spearheaded it when I was a PS. That responsibility they are doing is that of the chief engineer roads. But because of the speed and the need to expand the road infrastructure, that responsibility was cascaded to 3 arms of the chief engineer, so to speak. And then each arm was given an organizational structure so that they can work independently and run the work. That is why Kenya deals with the national trunk roads, Kera deals with the national rural roads, Kura deals with the urban national roads, and then the other roads are dealt with by county governments, majority of them actually, and the others which are in specialized areas like in the national parks and the forests, they are run by those agencies. So that is the basis. So you cannot then change and say you want an engineer to run that organization. Because when that person sitting there is confronted by engineers with a variation of 1,000 or 2,000%, you just explain him, he's half dosing, he say, oh, I agree. Because he has no capacity to understand that evaluation. I've dealt with evaluations and I've sent engineers away to reduce them from 5,000% to 80% as a chairman of a board, because I understand. And that is what we are saying. So, Mr. President, thank you very much. Keep on championing, and those campaigning, we wish you well. Of course, the life of a president is 2 years. It can't be extended unless you change the constitution. And very soon in April, we are going to have another president, but follow on the traits of the president so that we defend the engineering profession and the engineering fraternity. With those very many remarks, it is now my duty and privilege to invite our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works, who is very heavily represented by Chief Engineer Rhodes, Engineer James Kongo, to address us and officially announce the marking of this day. Karibu sana, Bwana Chief.
Allow me to remove the mask. Good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? Our chairman of EBK, the president of IEK, the immediate former president and president of the federation, our IEK council represented or led by our first vice chairman, EBK board and the registrar, esteemed and eminent engineers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to present the apologies of our cabinet secretary, Mr. James Macharia. He would have loved to have been with us today, but he was assigned state duties because we have a lot of visitors because of the UN celebrations which are going on in the UN complex in Gigiri. So he asked me to pass his apologies and to wish you a happy engineering day. Allow me also, before I read his remarks, just to make just a few remarks and not really a rejoinder, but just comments or some thoughts on what has been said. Probably first wearing my hat as an engineer before I become the CS. I wish to thank in a special way the Vice Chancellor of this great university, ably represented by Dr. Osano, the Dean of Engineering, and I wish to confirm that I'm a product of this great university. And I passed through the eminent Professor Gishaga, right from first year throughout, and we are still working with him. So I'm really proud to be an engineer and to be here. And I'm also very proud to be an engineer to see that we are communicating with our president in Costa Rica and across the world, thanks to engineers, one way or the other. So it's really great to be an engineer today and at all times. I also want to confirm that I went to school because you had the president say you were classmates. So somebody was once making a joke that if you want to confirm we went to school, we have to know who you went to school with. Otherwise, it might be a bit hard to confirm that you really went. And I think it has happened a lot in Kenya, that people are questioned whether they really went to where they claim they went. So it's a bit interesting. Chairman Engineer Mwongera, you know you have challenged the president about the Bible quoting. As I was coming here, I was wondering now, what verse can I quote in this? And the only Bible I know, the verse I might know, Chairman, is probably, I believe, the shortest verse in the Bible. Jesus wept. But in the proper context, because today is not a weeping day, today is a celebration day. Jesus was weeping because his friend Lazarus had died before he raised him up. So at least, Chairman, I have a little bit of context. But for today, we are celebrating, so I'm grateful to be here. Maybe just to give a few comments about the issues raised by the President. We appreciate, because now the speech of the CS had already been done, so I cannot change that one. But just to give a comment, maybe as a person who helps in the policy direction in the ministry, that indeed we are working on the issues of involvement of more engineers in the infrastructure projects. I know it's a big concern in our country and especially in our fraternity, and I can tell you the issue is very much alive. So I can assure you as an engineer that that is something which is at our heart and we are working on it. On the issue of competitiveness, I think we are working very closely with EBK about the ascent to the Washington Accord. I think that one was is being touched by the CS speech, but we are really working on that one. On the issue of schemes of service, the welfare, I have to admit that is a very touchy area because the public service is governed by schemes which have specific salary or wage. I don't know whether it's a salary now or that one qualifies to be a wage sometimes. On a right note. But because it's structured in the whole civil service, it has been a challenge, but engagements have been going on, and I think EBK again is really helping us to engage with public service, and we are hoping that we are going to get some good outcome, hopefully in the near future and hopefully before I retire, so that I can also benefit. So I think on the issue of the scale of fees, I believe that one personally I'll ensure that I follow up with the office of the person I'm representing so that the timelines, the timelines which have been given are followed. And I will not go maybe too much because I think we have been here for quite a bit of time from morning. We have not had a health break, so I think you allow me that I read the speech of the CS, and then we can go on with the celebrations. So this is the speech by the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works, James Macharia, EGH, on the occasion of the World Engineering Day. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, engineers, thank you for your kind invitation to join you in celebrating the third World Engineering Day. I'm also told that as IEK is celebrating the 50th anniversary, is it the golden one? That's what we call golden this year. So congratulations are in order. It is also by coincidence that UNEP is similarly celebrating its 50 years, and it was started here in Kenya at Gigiri, and Kenya is also hosting those celebrations, the commemoration in Gigiri. So it seems quite a good coincidence. And one of the issues I understand which has been exhaustively discussed in that conference, in the Gigiri, is actually about plastic waste disposal, which I think is an area where engineers will have a very big input. The World Engineering Day is the day that gives engineers the opportunity to celebrate their profession, fellow colleagues, their work and contributions. The theme of this year, Build Back Wiser, Engineering the Future, is very topical and closely aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. According to the UNESCO Engineering Report, and I quote, addressing sustainable development within the challenges of climate change, population growth, and urbanization will require innovative engineering and technology-based solutions, end of quote. The report recognized that the per capita number of engineers in Africa is less than that of the rest of the world, and yet we are the most vulnerable to climate change, the least prepared, and will suffer the consequences of the actions of the far more developed countries. So this theme today asks us to think about the future and to start shaping it now. To think of the problems that right now may be manageable and reversible and try to turn them around. And at the heart of the solutions to these problems engineering has been identified as key profession to effect these changes. Let us always ponder on these problems as engineers, particularly the climate action plans that have been adopted both in our country and worldwide. Let us start incorporating these measures in our to our designs and solutions so that we keep abreast of the problems that will soon be too imminent to ignore. Ladies and gentlemen, as we sensitize our engineers on designing for sustainable development, we also need to sensitize them on designing and implementing with security in mind. This is also another issue that is very important, security. We now have a war going on in Ukraine, and we can appreciate that how such designs are important, just like designing for safety in earthquake-prone areas is. Having made that rallying cry to sustainability, and I now want to turn my attention to the issues that continue to plague us as a profession here in Kenya. As you know, my ministry is responsible for the oversight policies that govern the implementation of many of the nation's infrastructure projects in public works, housing, roads, and airports. For this reason, we employ many professional engineers and work with all state agencies involved in infrastructure projects. We also work closely with the Engineers Board of Kenya, which regulates the profession and is heavily involved in training the human capital required behind these projects. We are therefore not indifferent to the problems of the professions. We are aware that there is an urgent need to implement better schemes of service for engineers and to have bigger budget allocations to infrastructure development and innovative financing models, particularly in the area of housing, energy, water supply, which are closely tied to the climate change I have just spoken about. I'm reliably informed that you have an infrastructure scorecard, which you are soon going to launch. So you are aware of the issues that arise time and again in relation to poor infrastructure. We have had recent and sad instances of corrupt bridges. Before that, we had many cases of housing, which has not ended. This points to a problem that we have to be the solution, because an engineer is involved in the construction of the bridge and another is involved in the construction of the house. What are we going to do to rectify these issues? Ladies and gentlemen, this brings to the fore the issue of training of our engineers and the accreditation of engineering programs that need to be looked at. We cannot continue to have a standoff on an issue that affects the future of our engineering students. It's like shooting ourselves in the foot. We are therefore reaching out to the Ministry of Education and the Commission for University Education on the modalities to resolve this impasse. The government supports the efforts to accede to the Washington Accord, and we hope that this will soon be done so that our engineering degrees are recognized worldwide. My ministry's agencies continue to provide internship and training opportunities for graduate engineers so that they can thrive and turn into professional engineers. We also provide budget support to the Engineers Board of Kenya to provide internship programs, but we acknowledge that much more needs to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, we note how far we are from contentment in the engineering profession. We have a long way to go to see that an engineer is fully taken care of, but we are working within the government to progressively reduce the gap. We salute you engineers for your dedication and commitment to solve the society's problems. For today, however, let us think of how the profession has come and be joyful to have gratitude for that in these celebrations. Once again, thank you for your invitation, and I wish all of us very happy celebrations. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, shall we be upstanding and give our chief guests a round of applause? Yeah, indeed, thank you very much, Engineer James Kungu, for those remarks. Yeah, for those remarks, and also from the speech, we have actually realized that the minister, the CS, is very much in touch with the issues that are affecting the engineers, and the way he has responded, we can tell that there's something is happening and some action is taking place, and actually there's some developments, especially even in the issue of the education, the accreditation issue, which has really concerned. I must say on my part, because I'm the chair of the Capacity Building and Mentorship Committee, and when people talk about opportunities for internships, I get very interested. When leader and policymakers talk about internship opportunities, when they talk about accreditation issues, I get extremely interested, and I'm extremely happy with the promises and the indication and the positive vibes from the minister's speech. I think there's something else I want to mention as we think about the tea break that our chief guest mentioned, which indeed is true. We are supposed to be going for a tea break. I want to recognize the presence of Engineer Benjamin Njenga, who is the Secretary, Urban Development in the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works, the big one. Is he here? Please stand up wherever you are. Please be upstanding. Was he? Oh, I'm told he had to leave, but we still acknowledge that he was able to join us, even for that short while. I also want to take this opportunity to appreciate the speech by the EBK chair, which was also very comprehensive and very positive. He talked about the issue of jobs for engineers. He talked about graduate engineers need to be in national government. You talked about the imbalance, correction of the imbalance of engineers in national and county governments. He talked about better terms for engineers in terms of the schemes of services, and especially at entry level where our graduate engineers will be entering. He talked about the impasse with the accreditation, which is at the AG, and the need to review that advisory. He talked about pushing of documents within the timelines. I think he talked about next week. Those are the advocacy issues as we are pushing as IEK and EBK. And I think many other aspects that are very pertinent to us as engineers. And on this day, World Engineering Day, we do celebrate the strides that we have made in that short time. And we do look forward that more will continue to be attained. Of course, the success of the roads bill was a major feather in the cap. It is actually a promise that the future can only be better. At this juncture, I want to talk about, I also want to remind us that being a Friday, we were supposed to dress in Kenyan attire. I want to recognize the two ladies here who are in African dress code. Thank you very much for managing to do that, and a few of us who managed to dress in African wear. The whole idea is promoting, I think, the government policy of promoting Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. So it just happened that since today is a Friday, we also want to commemorate that, and we also take note, there's our chief guest, Engineer James Kungu. Indeed, you're also in African attire. Can we just give him a round of applause? Buy Kenya, Build Kenya is the only way we shall go. Build Kenyan engineers, promote Kenyan engineers, educate the Kenyan engineer, and Kenya will be great again. With those few remarks, we come to the tea break. We will have a tea break for about, according to the program, is 10 minutes. So what that really, the message is that let's keep it as short as possible. There'll be a group doing the tree planting, and that will be led by the CS and the chair EBK, and of course our very own first VP for IEK, and also the council members of IEK will be participating in that tree planting. To commemorate this day, we are going to plant it within what we used to call the Great Square. I'm told nowadays it's called what do you call it? That it used to be called the great court. Then it used to be called the graduation court. I don't know what they call it now. It's still called the great court. So yeah, the tree planting will take place along there, and the rest of us will be on a tea break. The refreshments will be served out there. I don't know whether there any special announcement on the tea break, but those who are the ushers will be there to tell us where we are going to have the tea break, and the chief guest and the council will also be involved in a group photo, and anyone else who will be available for that group photo, you are welcome. I think with that note, I just want to tell us after the tea break, we come back here and we listen to the presentation of the annual report, which was launched last year. Let us hear from the Professor Larry Gumbe to tell us how far the Engineering in Kenya magazine has gone. So don't take too long to be a MC later on in the session after the tea break. Karibuni sana, let us meet after the tea break. Engineering the future. Building back wiser. Fantastic. Building back wiser. Building back wiser. Bus. That is the theme of the panel discussion in a few minutes. I'm sure we've all been thinking about what does building back wiser really mean. Some of the panel speakers have been trying to highlight to us what it means and trying to bring it in the context of Kenya, in the context of Africa. Are we really building back wiser? Did we even have anything to build? Had we even built before? Or are we now starting to build? That was a challenge that was posed earlier. And we're talking about engineering the future. Where are we in that space of engineering the future as Africa, as Kenyans? Where are we? So those will be very interesting discussions in the panel session beginning in a few minutes. The police band, we really appreciate what you have, the music you have been playing for us. Maybe you can just, I don't know, they're able to just do a few tunes as we wait for people to trickle in for just a minute, and then we start with the presentations.
maintaining productions and services. In the meanwhile, we strongly realize that the world should build back better and wiser to accelerate the transformation to a sustainable future, in which engineers have a crucial role to play. This is why the theme of this year's World Engineering Day is set as Build Back Wiser, Engineering the Future. To build back wiser, the foremost consideration is to leveraging science, technology, and engineering in a more open, innovative,
who was with us this morning, but he has had to go. He's a very, very busy man. We were very happy to have him this morning. But he will be ably represented by...
Yeah, thank you, Engineer Grace Kagondu, MC. Good work this morning. Chief guest, Chairman of EBK, President of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, the Council, represented by our first VP, Madam Lucy, and all the council members, esteemed engineers, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Larry Gumbe has had to leave to attend to some other matter that he needs to attend to, and therefore I'm going to make the presentation on his behalf. So I'll request my colleagues, the media team, just to put up a slide. So the chairman of the editorial board is Professor Lawrence, Engineer Professor Lawrence Gumbe. He's our chairperson. This afternoon we shall be sharing with you the annual report of the Engineering in Kenya magazine. What we have on the screen is issue 5. That's more or less our brand cover. That's more or less our brand cover or brand identity. In as far as where we are coming from is concerned, the objects and purpose of the Institution of Kenya are to promote the general advancement of the science and practice of engineering and its applications in Kenya, and to facilitate the exchange of information and ideas on those subjects amongst the members of the institution. Yeah, publications are crucial to the functioning of professional societies like Institution of Engineers of Kenya. The publications raise the profile of the society. They also facilitate wide communication of the technical and pertinent information. We have our own current president, Engineer Nathaniel Matalanga. We have our honorary engineer, Sami Tangus, who is a member, serve in the capacity of the secretary. The functions of the editorial board. The editorial board is responsible for the promotion of participation by key players to ensure success of the institution's publications, the reviewing for general and domain thematic area, manuscripts and or articles in the various engineering disciplines encompassed by the IK, management of the performance of the institution's publications to maintain relevant products, a newsletter, a magazine, and a journal. The newsletter. The newsletter is produced and circulated by the Secretariat. Its main aim is to inform members and others on the activities of IK, as well as news of issues and projects of relevance to members and engineering professions. Magazine. The magazine is a periodical which provides technical, engineering, and general information of interest to engineers, engineering professionals, and the general intellectual public. The purpose of the journal is to further the profession of engineering through publishing reports on new research and innovation. Engineering in Kenya magazine, that being our current publication now, make pertinent decisions, including purchasing these programs. Basically, the Engineering in Kenya magazine is a count of 60,000 high-level professionals. In the year that is under review, the EIK publication activities, the editorial board has published 6 issues of the Engineering in Kenya magazine between the periods running March 2021, March 2021, the year of our Lord, and March 2022 AD, being the year of our Lord. On the month of February 2021, we were able to release issue 1, which touched on engineering in Kenya. April 2021, that was in issue number 2, we were able to cover Industry 4 Revolution. Issue 3 was released in June 2021, Information and Telecommunications Engineering. In August 2021, we released issue 4, whose theme was engineering. This was on engineering agriculture. And we released issue number 6, which basically now is making circulation on electronic media and is finding its way all over globally, thanks to engineering. Clap for yourselves. You know, let's clap for ourselves. If we can't clap for ourselves, we'll clap for us. Engineer Justus Otwani. Howard, Engineer Howard, please clap for yourself. Celebrate yourself today. Because unless we celebrate ourselves today, there is no other person to celebrate us. Because let's remember, we are the only people who understand engineering. We are the only ones who understand engineering, and we are the only people who understand the meaning and the purpose for world engineering today. We are the only ones who understand it. Let's not expect anybody else to be able to comprehend what it is that we are celebrating. Clap for yourselves again. And that one is free of charge. Now, let's come to finances. How have we performed in terms of revenue in the year that is under review? Revenue and expenditure. The EIK magazine got its revenue from budget allocation by IK, and for this, through the representative of the council, first VP, Engineer Lucy Mutinda, who is basically representing the council. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to serve in this particular capacity. We really appreciate the council for giving us this budget allocation that was of about 11 million. Please kindly pass that, because I know you are representing the council physically, whether they are here or virtually. Thank you so much, Madam First VP. So, the expenses included publishing and editorial board costs. The total revenue was 20,833,000. The total expenditure was Kenya shillings 11,644,972. So we currently have a surplus of 9,188,028. Now, the performance graph that we are seeing here, basically this work has been done by yourselves. This is not our work. This product is the output of your product. The engagement, the support that you have given the council in the year under review, whether you've been silent, whether you have been vocal, you have been part of this journey. And for this, let's clap for ourselves. So, we started at issue 1, 350,000. We climaxed at issue number 5, whereby we realized our peak, which was about 3.3 million shillings. And that was in October. The dip that we are seeing in issue 6, that one can be explained, and the reason what happened is that most of the corporates went into holiday. That is around November, December. Therefore, the activities in as far as getting advertisement revenue basically suffered a dip. Otherwise, with that, November, December, January, that's now when firms and corporates basically resumed. That's why we are suffering a dip. But that dip is a good dip because we can actually explain its cause. And that means we are in charge. Challenges that we faced. Yes, we continue to face a challenge. There seems to be a magazine there seems to be a magazine that seems to be going round by the title The Kenya Engineer, which continues to create confusion amongst the Engineering in Kenya magazine's target member readership and the board's market penetration strategy for advertisement. There is reduced advertising budget for prospective advertisers occasioned by adverse economic impact as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 protocol guidelines presented a situation of less interaction with hard paper printed type of magazine. And thanks, Madam VP, once again. In as far as the Internet of Things, I've seen part of your manifesto is reading digitization. And this is basically what it is costing us in as far as the hard copy print. I'm not campaigning for you, Madam, but these are good points for us to note. Yeah, so the COVID-19 protocol guidelines presented a situation of less interaction with hard paper printed type of magazine. But going forward, we are looking at a situation whereby we should be at the class of everybody being able to have an app on their phone, and this app basically you read the journal, the magazine, and the newsletter as an app from your smartphone. That is the future that we are envisaging, and that can only happen because engineers exist. IEK is not a pre-qualified supplier for advertising and marketing category and is not registered with Government Advertising Agency, that is the GAA. That's a challenge which we noted, and this one I believe we have communicated to the council, and the council is giving it the necessary attention. Most organizations had exhausted their budget allocations for the year, thus not opening up to prospects for advertisements. The editorial board faced constrained marketing strategy due to removal of marketing and administrative charges from the contract of the publisher without an alternative to cushion the same. And last but not least, the contract signing between IEK and Michi Media was delayed by about 6 months. Conclusions. The entry of the Engineering in Kenya magazine as a publication of the Institution of Engineers in Kenya has filled the void that was left when a predecessor magazine, the Kenya Engineer, stopped circulation. The EIK magazine's performance in the period January 2021 to February 2022 has been good as set out in the planning stages of the editorial calendar of 2021. This has been despite the very difficult operating circumstances occasioned by the global COVID-19 pandemic. At this juncture, I think I would like to take this chance to once again to thank the Secretariat. They've really been there for us under the leadership of Engineer, the CEO. The publisher, Michi Media Limited, has worked well with the editorial board and the IEK Secretariat for the period under review and delivered as per contractual engagement. D, there are challenges encountered by the editorial board that were not envisaged and require review, consideration, and approval in accordance with the recommendations in section 6.0. That the editorial board is on course to continue publishing future volume releases of the EIK. I like that part. There is need to review the publishing costs of EIK so that we can basically optimize value. There is need to review the enhancement of advertisement revenue. We have not done the full sweating of what we can get in as far as advertising revenue. There is a huge potential in this. So we must sweat our going out and getting adverts. The contract of the publisher, Michi Media, has elapsed. There is need to ensure continuity. Then finally, recommendations. IEK should consider budgetary support to the Engineering in Kenya magazine. The contract with the publisher, Michi Media, has elapsed. IEK should consider engagement of a publisher after negotiations. C, the editorial board should produce a new publication calendar for EIK. The editorial board should effect an analysis of publishing costs to see if any reduction may be made. E, the editorial board should review and advise the IEK Council on the date of launching of the IEK journal. So our next frontier after the magazine is basically the journal. We shall not sleep until we get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Paul, for that detailed expose about what has been happening at Engineering in Kenya magazine. And as part of the council, I'm very proud that it has done that well. I think the pongezi also goes to the full council. Makofi kwa council members. Yes. I hope it shall do even better in the years coming. In the year ahead. We are now moving into the session of panel discussions. As they settle down, I want to take the opportunity to request Engineer Paul Ochola if he wants to maybe take a seat on the other side. And as he leaves the stage, please let us give him a round of applause, a mighty round of applause for that very well prepared report. And what I like about it is that we have been able to demonstrate that we are very transparent. He has been able to come here to the stage and tell us what exactly they have been doing, the money they have made, where there have been challenges he has shared with us. So we feel that this is a good way to proceed, and it is actually an example of the practice that we say that we practice engineering. Without any further ado, I want us to move to the panel discussion, which is being moderated by Engineer Karen Ayola. I just want to tell let you know who Engineer Karen Ayola is. She's a very big lady, as you can see, both in size and both in height and width, as you can see. So Engineer Karen Ayola is a treasurer in the IEK Council. That means she's one of the executive committee members, and she's played a very big role in steering the work of the council in the last 2 years since we took office. She is a deputy director at Inkura. She's in charge of roads asset and corridor management. She is a civil engineer, as you may guess, and she actually acquired her engineering degree here at the University of Nairobi. Over many years ago. I will not count. She was trying to count, and I told her to stop because the number of years experience are quite a handful. And I've decided to summarize it there because that's what she wanted, a very brief summary of her portfolio and who she is, a very modest lady. So shall we give a round of applause to Engineer Karen Ayola? Yes. Engineer Karen Ayola will be moderating this session, was to moderate this session with the Engineer Grace Onyango, who is a director at EBK, but Engineer Grace, my counterpart, has had to attend to some personal matter up country, so she's not able to join us in this session. So Engineer Karen Ayola will lead the session ably on her own. I'm sure she'll do a fine job. She will introduce the panelists that we have. There have been some slight changes in the panelists, and Engineer Karen will explain to us who the current panelists are. So thank you very much. We look forward to a very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our chief guest, the chair, EBK, Engineer Rastus Mogera, to IEK president, fellow engineers, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So as you've been told, I'm Engineer Karen Ayola, and I'll be taking you through, I'll be moderating the panelist discussion session today. So as we all know, the theme for this year's World Engineers Day is Build Back Wiser, Engineering the Future. One of our speakers for today said that as Africans, we haven't built enough to go back to, though I tend to disagree. I think we built something to go back to as engineers. So this topic comes in two parts: a piece of advice, which is Build Back Wiser, followed by a statement. It's a broad statement that is multifaceted and can lead us down various paths. So as we all know, the world is marking the World Engineers Day, and professional engineering associations worldwide will be trying to dissect this theme, trying to see the application for their own nations, their engineers, their national development. So the purpose of this panel discussion is to take on the challenge to see how this theme applies to us locally. We have therefore invited a number of panelists to draw on their personal and professional experience to help us understand the theme and see how engineering can help us tackle both global and local issues that face us as a profession and as a society. So today we particularly want to concentrate on the World Engineers Day and the SDG goals and how these two come together. So we will therefore look at themes such as peace, climate resilience, sustainable economic development, and inclusive technologies and innovation. Our discussion will revolve around how we can apply engineering to tackle the outlined issues in Sustainable Development Goals and our local challenges. So for this discussion, there's no wrong or right answer, but a range of perspectives that can facilitate and develop our thought process around the theme. So I'll introduce the panelists. Some of them had other engagements, so they are not able to join us. But we have Engineer Elisha Akech. We have Engineer Dickson Were, Engineer Professor Alex Mumbo, and Engineer Muthomi Munywa. Maybe I'll just have a brief, maybe tell you slightly more about our panelists today. I'll start by Engineer Elisha Akech, PhD. He's a registered consulting engineer with EBK, a member of IEK, currently the chairman of Innovation and Knowledge Management Subcommittee of PRAC. She's involved in traffic microsimulation expert. No, he's a traffic microsimulation expert with Paremix and Anilogic. He is also in Resilience Sustainable Research with Stanford University. He's a senior lecturer, transportation engineering at Multimedia University. He's a practicing engineer at GA Consulting. He's the founder and the CEO. Welcome, Engineer Akech. So our next panelist is Engineer Professor Alex Mumbo. He has worked in the higher education sector for the last 33 years, particularly in engineering, academics, and research. He has trained industry profession on continuous improvement, failure mode and effect analysis, lean manufacturing, administration change. He's a mechanical and a corporate member of IEK. currently serving in the Conference and Event Committee. He has severally participated in initiatives that promote collaboration between academia and industry. Welcome, Engineer Mungo. Then we have Engineer Mutomi Munywa. He represents the University of Nairobi in the ad hoc committee to the National Implementation Committee. To that, Muthoni is a member of Technical Committee 80 of the Kenya Bureau of Standards. He's a member of Finalization Committee of the National Building Code 2020, where he serves as one of the experts on the development of Kenya wind map for the National Annex KSEN. Muthoni lectures at the Department of Civil and Construction Engineering, Department of Architecture and Building Sciences, and Department of Real Estate and Construction Management at the University of Nairobi. Welcome, Engineer. So for this session, I'll be sitting down. Sorry, Engineer. I had not seen you. Engineer Were. So we have Engineer Dickson Were from the University of Nairobi. He's a structural engineer and bridge engineer with 11 years of experience. Welcome, engineer. We are happy to have you. So, our first question for today, for the panelists, is what does this theme mean, today's theme, what does it mean to you? Engineer Kech, maybe you can start with you.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Regarding the question, what does the theme mean? Build back wiser. Build back wiser, engineering the future sustainably. I happen to have been in the climate change class at this university for the last 11 years. And when we talk about build back wiser, I can draw our attention to restoration, restore our environment. To restore our environment means we have destroyed our environment, and so in the environmental action, we call humanity to restore it to flourishing, and we thrive to make, we aim to make it at a thriving level. So you restore, then make it grow, flourishing, and then let us maintain it up there. So when we come to engineering, if we have to build back wiser, we have to build the issue of sustainability and resilience in our designs and in our operations. That way, we shall be looking at the future with prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Kech. Engineer Alex, would you like to add on something?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Maybe what I would like to point out at this juncture is that a lot of definitions have come up to define engineers and engineering. But you will all agree with me that engineers, actually when faced with challenges, don't sit back and watch. They make things happen. Now, all over the world, we have seen changes, positive and negative. And you will agree with me that looking through, it is engineers who have been behind much of the development that we see. So majority of today's services and products that we enjoy have passed through the hands of engineers. And you will also agree with me that these products and services have actually helped this globe move forward. So as engineers, we find ourselves helping develop physical infrastructure, and this is a wide range of infrastructure, be it housing, transport, networks, roads, bridges, water, even energy supply, including waste management. And by building this infrastructure, we have created a much wider and more lasting impact. And therefore, our position as engineers, therefore, is trying to undo the negatives that have been brought about, say, by the pandemics that have ravaged this globe in the past few years. That is something that we must positively face, we must positively tackle in order that we move the globe forward, in order that we restore the development. And I think as we move on, this theme is going to materialize much, much more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Akech and Engineer Alex. I think that really summarizes our topic for today, our theme. From my end, I'd actually tried to also come up with what this building back wiser also can mean in another perspective. And it also means mending our economies and our planet at the same time, in summary. It calls for a stronger integration of the most profound underlying environmental challenges we face, such as climate change, in the process of building back. So we are called upon that as we move towards rebuilding our economy after the COVID-19 pandemic, the recovery plans can actually shape the 21st century economy in ways that are clean, green, healthy, safe, and more resilient. So I think for that part of the question, I want to leave it at that. So our second question is, how can engineers ensure sustainability in infrastructure projects? And this question I'll give to Engineer Were.
Thank you very much. I would like to look.
Okay. Our chief guests, EBK, IK, fellow engineers, good afternoon. I'm Eric Ombwayo. I'm a structural engineer, and I have a few issues concerning that theme, which I would like us to discuss as engineers. You know, engineers are problem solvers. Once you solve a problem, then your future becomes better. Okay? So, okay. First of all, we can't have a better future without addressing the issue. Hello? Are you getting me? We can't have a better future without or before addressing issues affecting our young professionals. First of all, the issues affecting young engineers, it's our body, IK. IK has a problem, a big problem. Is it, are you comfortable?
We are comfortable, though we would have loved to finalize this and then we have a Q&A session where you can actually address those issues.
No, we were talking about the first issue. I'm just contributing. So before we go to the next question, let us address the first theme. Yeah. So we must, you see, for an engineer, you have to take time and solve problems once and forever. Yeah. So the first problem is IK, because you struggle for 5 years in university, you graduate. After graduating, registration becomes a problem. You are told you have to work under someone for 3 years before you are registered. Then help is there on your back. Before those 3 years lapse, you are already blacklisted. Chapter 6 of the Constitution. So you find that that's why we have a lot of engineers who are not members of IK. Are you sure of that? Yeah, we have a lot of registered engineers due to your conditions. Yeah. So before we build back wiser and we have a better future, first of all, let us organize our house. Then we'll move forward.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
I think we've noted, in the interest, because the theme is important for us, and anything affecting IK affects all of us. We really accept your feedback, but just kindly allow us. We finish, and then we shall get to the Q&A session. But we appreciate all the feedback from all the quarters. Thank you.
Engineer Were.
Thank you very much. The question was, how can engineers ensure sustainability in infrastructure projects? From where I sit, engineers must make sure that they are abreast with climatic change that is going on. I was reading something a few days ago about a cyclone in South Africa, and there is just so much that is happening around what now we are calling in the Eurocode as actions, especially on structures. So my point number one is, if we are going to build sustainable infrastructure or projects, then we must understand the issues touching on climate, because these are the issues that affect our actions on structures, our loadings on roads, and so on and so forth. The second aspect of this is the issues surrounding the standards and the codes. Because as engineers, we don't develop some of these infrastructural projects in a vacuum. We do so within some guidelines, which are provided, for example, by the Road Design Manual. We have the British standards, so the Eurocodes, and all these manuals that we use for design. So sometimes you may want to do something that in your own thinking as an engineer, because you're allowed to think outside the box, is good in your project, but then you'll be asked to what standard are you designing this particular structure? Because engineering has been proven to be one of the disciplines that has got what we call the highest degree of cognitive inertia, where engineers are very rigid to change. Practices that have been developed, practices that have been known to work are what engineers want to pick and run with. So most of the time you find that even the genesis of the Eurocodes now is to help us have every country have their own annexes so that the loads and the actions per country depend on their, for example, their temperature changes, their wind pressures, the earthquake degrees in those countries, so that we don't just adopt things that are in other countries which don't apply to our country. So if our projects are going to be sustainable, in short, we must again relook at our standards. Do our standards reflect our climatic conditions? Do our standards reflect the wind pressures, the loads, rainfall patterns, and all that? Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Were, for that good answer for that question. In summary, what engineer is saying is that we have to keep abreast with the emerging technologies or the new technologies, and we need to customize our standards to fit our local conditions. In summary, that's what he's saying. I don't know if I want Engineer Munyao to maybe add something small on that before we proceed to the next question.
Okay, thank you, moderator, for that. Maybe just to build on what Professor Mumo said, we know when we are building back better, most of these will be infrastructural projects. And infrastructure is big on construction. And by construction, we have a lot of cement production. So it is wise for all engineers to know that cement production is among the processes that contribute to a lot of carbon content in the planet. Around 5 to 7% of all carbon is due to cement production, right after agriculture and transportation. So realizing situations where we can make sustainable concrete, then we can improve our planet and build it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. Since time is not on our side, I'll try to move faster. Engineer Alex Mumbo, having been in the education sector for a while, is our engineering education exposing engineering students to solve societal problems in a sustainable manner, from your perspective?
Thank you, moderator. I think institutions of higher learning, those that are offering engineering degrees, are doing their utmost best to ensure that content is delivered in the right manner. And I think recently you will see a lot of developments towards re-energizing the curricula so that there is more focus on industry collaboration. I think there before, it was kind of optional to get students to practice while studying. But now, everywhere I go, I'm an external examiner in most institutions, and I see that element of it being made mandatory that universities collaborate with industry. And I think this is a positive thing, that moving forward, we shall see more collaboration, hence more benefit to the students. And therefore, in interacting with industry, these universities, the students, and even the faculty will be able to engage in solving real life problems. And I think that is the genesis of our state or status as engineers. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Alex. I think maybe during our Q&A session, we'll maybe get the feedback from some of our students in the house. If what engineer says is the correct position currently, that there's a lot of linkage between the university and the industry, so that our students are able to know what's out there, what is required of them. My fourth question is to Engineer Elisha Okech. What is the role of engineering in Vision 2030, and how are we approaching the SDGs? In short, what is our contribution as engineers?
Development Vision 2030. We know the pillars that support it, and we know our roles, especially under the social pillar regarding development. So when you look at the role of engineering in Vision 2030, it really touches more on sustainable look. So everything we do in our plans must capture the idea of sustainability. And our key goal here is to reduce as much as possible emissions and energy use if we can rely on nature, so that we design advised by nature or nature-based designs, so that we emit less. And that is what will take us sustainably to 2030, although it is just a few years. So the next part of it is, how are we approaching the SDGs? I know as we sit here, all of us, we are aware about the SDGs and their thematic areas. So our economy is structured in a way that the various departments are focused on achieving the SDGs. And that you see, even our own head of state, even including yesterday, he came up with a program to inspire our sustainable way of living, such that if you listen to him yesterday and you do something that will restore our environment, you stand to win up to 2 million Kenya shillings. I think that is a prize that engineers in the room can win, very part of our question in our design, so that whatever we are, people-based design, if you are in the road sector, you are not designing for vehicles, you are designing for people. If we are in management, is people-based management, like what our colleague here has raised. It's not about muzzling the voice. It's about listening to the voice and responding to the voice, so that we move to the future together. In 2016, this issue of sustainability, they are doing it from babies to the old people. And I want to request our chair here of EBK and the president of IEK, if one day the two bodies can take a few of our engineers to go and visit there and see what it means to do sustainable living. Thank you.
Thank you, engineer. I think after listening to your contribution, the only part which I've taken in is EBK chair is going to take us to Sweden. Engineer. Engineer, I'm available. Thank you, Engineer Ketch, for that contribution. I think we're just being advised that in whatever we do as engineers, we must make, as engineers in this industry, for a better future for our country.
Some of the critical changes, I think in my first presentation I alluded to one of them, was on our standards, and I would like to go back there, because like now we are transitioning to Eurocode. I'm a structural engineer, as to our nation, so I'm not aware whether this annex is being done or not yet. So I think one of the changes that we must adapt to as an industry is to have a localized standards for our designs. If we are going to have a sustainable infrastructure in our nation, because now, in the wake of what is happening in Russia and Ukraine, nations are beginning to wake up and realize that over-reliance or the independence on another nation, for example, for oil and for gas, is becoming very expensive. If something now must come back to our nation and look at what materials are there, so that our projects are accustomed to what we have, what we can use for a long time, and what we can also replenish. I thank God for the expressway, but look at what the expressway is going to do to our temperatures, for example, as a city. I don't know what has been done or what is being done to replenish those trees that we have cut from James Gishuru Road all the way to Mlolongo. Very soon we are going to have our temperatures go up by 3-4 degrees, rainfall intensity reduced by maybe 10 mm, and some of these things will not prove sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Were. I think that question has been covered adequately. And maybe during the Q&A session, maybe we'll get some few feedback from our members. To Engineer Alex Mumbo, sorry, Engineer. Do you think that engineering has changed in the past 5 years, both globally and locally?
Yes, engineering has changed, and drastically for that matter. And maybe just giving examples of perhaps places I've visited. You find that when you go to a place 1 year, the situation is different, and you go there the next year, you find a lot of developments. A very good example is what is happening around us within this city. And you will agree with me that 5 years ago, we would never have imagined that we would have, you know, an expressway just crisscrossing the city. This development is happening globally. I'll give you another example. I think in the telecommunication sector, you've heard about, you know, push towards the introduction of 5G technologies. Now, 5G technology is going to help the globe, first and foremost, shrink in a way, because you will be able to access information much faster. Automation is going to be enhanced. We have heard of talk that very soon we are going to get driverless taxis in this country. It's not far off. We have heard we are going to get taxis that will just be flying, crisscrossing the skies. Is that reached? It will soon come. And I think as engineers, if we are forward-looking, so that we are not left behind, I would love a situation whereby I will see a lot of research going on, not just in industry, but even universities, taking advantage of the technologies that have been made available. Thank you.
To Engineer Muthomi, what are some of the misconceptions people have about engineering? And how can we overcome these misconceptions and communicate more effectively?
Okay, thank you for that. I think one of the first few misconceptions is that engineers have money. Of course, we all do have some money, but when people say money, they mean like a lot of it. That is true because anyone who has a solution to a problem can make a lot of money, regardless of the profession they are in. But the key role of the engineer is to provide solutions, of course, maybe using Newtonian laws or mechanics. So maybe a misconception to engineers, they themselves usually think they don't have money, while people out there think they have money. Then to address that misconception to engineers is that any problem is a chance to enrich not only yourselves, but the planet as well as the community. Second point about misconceptions is that engineering is hard. It generally isn't. It involves a lot of, say, ingenuity and putting in time and realizing, just making an engineering quote, is that every input has an output. So whatever you put into the problem, whether time or resources, the output will be out there and it will show. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Muthoni. I don't know if Engineer Kechi, you want to add something on that?
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, Engineer Muthoni, for attempting to highlight to us the misconceptions. Personally, I want to talk to our engineers. When we talk about misconceptions, we are very much concerned about you young engineers. Do you believe in yourself? That is a very critical question that concerns our chair of EBK. You listened to him when he was talking here, and even our president. So all these bodies are for us to support us. And I want to give an example of my own personal life. You've heard when I was being introduced about the technologies that I use to earn a living, like the Paramix, the Anilogic. Anilogic is for passenger or people simulation. The way we are seated here, should there be fire, which direction will each of us escape through? These things are not built that if there is an emergency, we die. That's why we learn resilience. So what am I trying to say? As a young person, you must tell the world that engineering is working. So if they have a misconception, let us break the puzzle by believing in ourselves from our homes, in our societies, in our neighborhoods, so that when you talk, even in church, even pastors listen. When we have a problem at the village or national level, you are there to solve the problem, because that is first and foremost why you are called a Kenyan. When you are called upon to solve a problem, money should not be the first barrier. I don't know whether young people are listening to me. If you put money behind you, you will get jobs very fast. Get an opportunity, show the world what you can do, and the world will look for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer. So as we wrap up this session, this question I would like to pose to actually all of us. And if you have any answer, just shout it out before I limit it to the panel. As we talk about engineering the future, which single adjective would you use to describe the engineering of the future? Sustainable. Inclusive. Anything more? technology, dynamic. Thank you very much. I'd actually come up with groundbreaking, cross-disciplinary, somehow unimaginable, because we don't know what lies out there. But I think as we sit here today, we are the answers. Thank you very much for the panelists. I think we are moving to the Q&A session now. And this is now open to the members to pose questions to the panelists.
First of all, IK has an institution, but you don't enforce that institution. In the field, you are not in the field. You are just in the office. We have softwares, right? Structural engineers will understand, will get me right. Right now, we have softwares whereby someone can cheat you that he or she has done structural design and I receive design sheets. We have quacks out there right now doing these things in a minute. You'll get a structural drawing within 1 hour and it will be approved. Where are our young engineers going? How will we mentor them? That's the first problem. The second problem, we have the Armed Forces Wing. Do you have a slot for them?
Do we have a
slot for the armed forces?
A slot for them. Let's go to the third question so that the panelists will be able to take them all at a go. Okay. Go to the third issue.
Then we have, you see, engineering starts from the vocational level.
Yes.
Yeah. But we are just addressing from graduate level to the other. So
graduate level upwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would like you to partner with other bodies.
Yep.
Like right now we have Kenya National Qualification Authority.
Yep.
Whereby those tradesmen are empowered and allowed to work.
Yep.
In this fraternity.
Fourth point.
Okay, the last one.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Okay. It was made to empower the young engineers so that for me, I can't be a mentor to my kid. Atasema engineer, dad engineer lakini sioni faida. No.
At which level are you? Are you at? No, it's okay. The answer is yes or no, so that at least we have the panelists respond to the issues, because I know there is also something else coming. We just want to appreciate that we are able to take the feedback concerning us. That's okay?
Sir. But okay, maybe now the panel is here.
No, it's okay. I'm the one who is going to, I'm going to have the panelists address your issues.
Now my humble request.
Yes.
I've been practicing for 10 years.
Yes.
Even if you go to Nairobi County,
yes,
Kiambu County,
yes,
Machakos County,
yep,
Kajiado County,
yes,
you will get numerous drawings done by Eric Wandetso Mbwayo since 2012.
Yep.
And I'm not yet registered.
Yeah.
So how can you assist me?
Okay, thank you. Let me have the panelists. Each one of them is going to tackle each of your issues. Engineer, pick one of his issues, respond to it. Professor Alex, pick one issue. Daktari, pick one issue in less than 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Let me pick on the mushrooming of quacks in our industry. What I normally believe in as an engineer, do your work professionally. We have no control of what other people do out there. We have bodies like EBK, IK that should look out for that. But you as an engineer, if you're given a work by a client, do your work professionally, submit your designs, your drawings, well done, and then make sure supervision is done. Leave what is beyond you to people that are supposed to tackle that. Thank you.
Yeah, on the issue of quacks again, I think you've heard lately that EBK and IEK have been working with county governments to streamline some of the functions down there. And even as we had in today's presentations, there are people actually who are in the field trying to check and monitor the processes with a view to streamlining these. And I think Engineer Erastus Mongera can expound on this much more, because I think it's a matter that EBK has taken very seriously, and therefore what you are seeing in the field now, probably you will not see it in the next few years. And we are hopeful as engineers that we will take our rightful position. Maybe my challenge to you is, yes, you have been working since 2012, and you have been, designing. Perhaps you need to take that step. I used to have similar thoughts like yours, that EBK, IEK cannot do A, B, C, D. But when I got in there, I discovered that that was a fallacy. So there are some, I would say, formed opinions which we need to deal with as individuals, so that we find ourselves actually even doing the right thing, because from the perspective of the profession, I would say what you are doing at the moment is against the regulations, and therefore you need to make amends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, Brother Ombwayo. I will pick on your personal issue first. I am offering to mentor you. Let me go to the first issue, personal, which is you and your family and your children. I want you to appreciate that you are a special man in that family, that God created and gave a name called Ombwayo. When you wake up, it is a blessing, like all of us. When you wake up and step out of your door, your neighbors appreciate you. They call you engineer. I don't live with you, but I know they call you engineer. So represent us well. You must believe first in yourself. The opportunities that we have before us, we cannot finish. I will leave your personal issue at you dealing with me personally. And I want you, in our next encounter, you tell the world that it is possible. Number two, I know I've taken more than the rest, is to do with mentorship. I want to appreciate your confidence in talking on behalf of our young engineers. I want to assure you, our chair of EBK is listening to you. Our president, the vice president, the whole council is here. These offices are meant for you specifically, you. I also sit here. That's why I have offered to work with you. And any other young person listening. We have mentorship programs. I wish you listen to the speech by our chair and even the speech by our chief guest. The government has a program for all our young engineers, all of them. Please, all young engineers, make your profiles available to EBK and to IEK, and I can assure you, we have my chair of PRAC here, Engineer Otwani. Naomba usimame. Mr. Ombwayo, after this also talk to him and tell all your young engineers how he can mentor you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think I can relate with most of them, being a structural engineer and also being a graduate engineer like yourself. So I'd like to address the point of software drawings in 1 hour. So there was a time, I'm sure, when a letter will take 2 months to get to, say, America, and now you can send an email and it will be there instantaneously. It doesn't mean the content is now much worse. It's just that there are new tools, there is new technology. So what I'll advise you and others, as well as myself, is that software is a tool that should assist us, and because it has taken a short time does not mean it is wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to invite our Madam First VP. She's a testimony to us. She became a corporate member in the year 2017 and became a corporate registered engineer in the year 2018. On behalf of the President, Engineer Lucy, you could just speak from where you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I wish to appreciate that you've been bold to speak up, and as it has been said, you speak for the most of the Gs. And we were actually discussing it in a breakaway that nowadays when you advertise for a job, maybe you just need one person, you get 1,000 applications. Maybe you're just looking for an intern or a technician, you end up getting 1,000 applications for graduate engineers who've been out there even for 10 years. So we hear you and we have heard you, and IEK is working consistently, taking your feedback, dialogue, and trying to work out measures to make sure that all those numbers that are out there can get mentored, can get opportunities, and it is possible. And the fact that you've come here, it's good that it's a good example that young engineers need to attend networking events, any events organized by IEK, because they are here to enable you link to people who can mentor you to opportunities that exist. So we take your feedback very well. We are not offended, and we will work on all the things that you have said and take the offers that you have been given. We are all great. Sometimes you may be exposed, you've not had a job for 7 years, 3 years. Now you start engaging, the breakthrough comes to happen. And we are all believers in God. So sometimes one person might take 7 years to get a breakthrough, another one takes 1 year. So the way it said 1,000 years to God is like 1 year again to God. It also applies in our setup, but as that will not give an excuse for IEK not to do something. So we've heard you, and to all the Gs in the house, we are working hard to really cater to all. And we always talk about the Gs and forget about the seniors and everyone else. You know, today you are young. The other day, I think I was just 28, making noise, what is registration? Now I have moved to another level. Very soon we will be old. So we must think through the whole channel. As we take care of the Gs, we also must have policies for the people retiring. The same way we take care of our parents back at home, we also must have policies of how are we going to take care of our senior engineers, how can we engage them to become mentors when they're in their sunset years. And so it should be a collaborative effort thinking through the whole cycle. So we hear you, and welcome to the club. Are you registered with EBK? You know, you were speaking in front of it's like a son speaking in front of his father. Umejishtaki mbele ya baba yako. So are you registered with EBK at least? With anything. So please take those offers very seriously. And I think because it's like the way Jesus calls people to repent, you have repented in front of your father. I think you need to greet him, and he will be soft on you and he will guide you. So EBK chair, maybe you can say something just to encourage him and anyone who is like him here, because I think there are many.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam First Vice Chair. To me, Mr. Ngwai is our celebrity today. And because when Engineer Ketch was telling him to speak even to the pastor, it took me to the church after a very powerful sermon. The pastor, before he even calls an altar call, there is somebody who the Holy Spirit has inspired and will not wait for the pastor to finish. When the panelists were answering this question, the Holy Spirit entered you and was spurring you. because you want to come and make this confession to be member of the family. The journey is very simple. You have said you graduated in 2013. The board has a special arrangement for those who graduated in 2013, actually graduated at the right year, and the prayer. So on Monday, walk to MBK. They are at the 40 Suite Hospital Road, on the way to Kenyatta Hospital, opposite Nairobi Club, 90th floor. Present yourself and register as a graduate engineer. That will be automatic. And then as you work with the engineer Akech, if he looks at the work you have done, because you have done a lot of work in counties and so on and so forth, but that has to be documented in a way that you convince us you have actually practiced and trained engineering. When he guides you to do that, you don't have to wait for 3 years, because you are in that category of 2013 and prior. You can again present your papers for registration. And before you do this, every quarter, we do pre-submission conference. You are taken through the various stages you need to follow so that you don't waste a lot of time doing unnecessary things. Part of that journey you reckon is your life. Since you graduated up to now, what journey have you walked? Even if you have been out in a matatu, just record. That to us is very challenging, because that is how now we get this feeling we are getting to get to do these things. And I'm talking to all the graduate engineers through Ms. Ongwai. So thank you for being that honest. Nothing is lost. Be proud to be an engineer. And the only way you can talk of being an engineer, like I'm a born-again Christian. And I'm not shy to give my testimony. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. And I want you to give that engineering testimony. I'm Engineer Ongwai. I love engineering, I practice it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I gave him my time. So thank you, and we want to be, IEK is a family, a dialogue place where we listen and we care for you. You are really touching, and I'm sure you've spoken for many others, and the father has said, he's our engineering father. So you are assured. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. We hand over back the session to the moderator, who will basically finalize.
Yes, I think we are done. Thank you very much for the panelists for today. It was a very engaging session, and I hope all of us have benefited from the discussions we've had today. So please allow me to hand you back to Engineer Grace. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Karen Ayola. I want to switch one of them on and be left with one. Yeah, so thank you very much, Engineer Karen. Please, let's give Engineer Karen and all the panelists a very hearty round of applause. We have really appreciated your discussion. We have learned quite a lot. I'm looking forward to, I'm really looking forward to that when we start, what is it going that plane that goes vertically. I'm waiting to see how the traffic will be managed up there in the sky, but that is a story for another day as we look to the future. I also want to appreciate our graduate engineer, the representative of our graduate engineer today, for stepping up. Indeed, I can say you actually stepped up. That's what we call stepping up. Yeah? Presenting yourself, coming to engage with other engineering professionals, even that interaction with us, you get so much knowledge. People always ask me, what is the advantage of being in IEK? Yes, so we always say when you come to these events, you learn a lot more than you might think. And today is a testimony. I've just been summoned by the chair of EBK on your behalf. He has summoned me and told me that if there's any member of EBK secretariat who is here, they should attend to you today. So you can hear. Because of you, napata instructions from the top. Unaona? Yes, so it makes a difference when you come here. To all the panelists and all the listeners and all the people who are following this World Engineering Day event today, we have finished the panel discussion, and now we move to a very important section of our World Engineering Day celebrations. We move to the future. The theme of today's Engineering Day was Build Back Wiser, Engineering the Future. So we can't talk about the future without talking about our engineering students, who are, some of them are talking here, and you're most welcome, you're part of it. We are at the presentation on the IEK Career Week. Sorry, you want to say something? Yes, on this World Engineering Day, we want to launch a very integral part of our celebrations as IEK. And this is what we call the IEK Career Week. Is the flyer there? Yes, that is it. That flyer was actually designed by our graduate engineers, people like you, Mr. Ombayo, and student engineers. They're the ones who designed the flyer. All we told them is that we want to come and do a mentorship. We asked them, are you ready for it? They said, please come. We're ready for it. So we want to launch the IEK Career Week for 2022 today, so that we can run it next week. So to our engineering students, this is your time. Let me just read you my short speech as the chair of the Capacity Building and Mentorship Committee of IEK, who have been pushing and organizing for you to have this celebration with the rest of the engineers in the globe. So here is my formal speech, and please remember, members, that before you leave, we have a cake. I think it's big enough for all of us, right there at the back. We have got Anna, the secretariat, trying to check whether it is it's well positioned, so we shall be able to cut the cake and celebrate together after my short speech. So, and here I go, presentation on IEK Career Week for university students by the Chair, Capacity Building and Mentorship Committee during the celebrations to mark the 3rd World Engineering Day on 4th of March 2022 at Chandaria Hall, University of Nairobi Towers, where we are. So the chief guest, CS, James Macharia, being represented by Engineer James Kongo, the Chair, Engineers Board of Kenya, Engineer Erastus Mongera, the President of Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Engineer Nathaniel Matalanga, the President of the East African Federation of Engineering Organization, Engineer Collins Juma, the first Vice President of IEK, Engineer Lucy Mutinda, the second Vice President, Engineer of IEK, Engineer Eric Ohaga, who is not here today, he's with the President in Costa Rica, the Honorary Secretary, Engineer Margaret Ogai, who was here with us earlier in the day, to you all distinguished engineers in Kenya, and graduate, that includes graduate engineers like Mr. Ombayo, and all other engineers across the world. To all engineering students who are right there, yes, wave again. I like the way they are very energetic. And ladies and gentlemen, our colleagues, and even the national band today, happy World Engineering Day. Build back wiser, engineering the future. Fantastic. Happy World Engineering Day. Build back wiser. Fantastic. So today, the 4th of March, we join the rest of the world in celebrating World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development for the 3rd time since its inception. It is my singular honor and pleasure to be here among you to celebrate this great day for all engineers across the globe. It is particularly significant that in Kenya, we are marking this day at a university that offers engineering education just behind this block, as you were told by the Vice Chancellor this morning. This allows us to celebrate the day together with aspiring young engineers and remind us where we all started our journey. At one time or other, we were students at an engineering school. We remember our own dreams, we remember our aspirations, and the impact we each wanted to have in society using our engineering knowledge. So for us in IEK, engineering the future can only happen if we as an institution, together with our partners like EBK, step up to hold the hands of those aspiring engineers and guide them towards becoming productive, successful, and also having enjoyable careers in their chosen fields. To that extent, I am very delighted that once again, on this auspicious occasion of World Engineering Day, we are launching the IEK Career Week for engineering students across the country. Indeed, we are celebrating World Engineering Day in all the branches of IEK, from coast to northeastern, to South Rift, to western, and also to the coast and central. And the chair of Capital, and also Capital Branch, we also have the chair of Capital Branch here. Indeed, this is one of the highlights of our celebrations here in Kenya that is very well aligned to the theme of this year's World Engineering Day. So the Mentorship Career Week program is scheduled to run from 8th to 11th of March 2022, and it targets engineering students from all universities across Kenya that offer engineering courses. We are expecting at least 14 universities to participate, and we are not discriminating whether those courses are accredited or not. All those students are welcome to join the Mentorship Week because they stand to learn a lot from what will be shared on those platforms. We are going to be partnering with EBK, and as you can see, the chair of EBK and the EBK fraternity is very keen in mentoring engineering students. So it does not matter which university. If you are able to log in, just log in and follow the mentorship. The aim of the IEK Career Week Mentorship Program is to foster continued interest by our aspiring engineers in the engineering career. In addition to empowering them to celebrate the World Engineering Day today, together with the global community of engineers, we also intend to expose them to various career options and opportunities available after graduation. Last year, many of them were surprised to realize the variety of options that they can follow after engineering because they thought there were only about 4, mechanical, civil, nini. But they were surprised that the world has diversified so much and the opportunities are so many, and many of them were surprised to realize the options available. So join in and you'll not miss much. We are looking forward to participation from at least 14 universities, including UON, JKUAT, KU, Musinde Muliro, Dedan Kimathi, Technical University of Mombasa. I'm just trying to read quickly in the interest of time. We have Technical University of Kenya, Southeast University, Egerton, University of Nairobi, Strathmore University, Multimedia University of Kenya, Murang'a Institute Murang'a University, and probably 1 or 2 others. So I encourage all students to participate actively in the mentorship program and consider joining IEK as a student member so that you can begin your career on the right footing. It is very important to get focused in your career as early as possible so that you do not waste time once you complete your university education. There are very many advantages of being a student member. For example, getting attachments for practical experience during your studies. And we all know that attachment opportunities are not easy to come by. And you just saw by Mr. Ombayo just attending this event, he has already been connected to IEK and things are to EBK, and things are gonna flow easily for him. So you get guidance on becoming a professional engineer and taking part in high quality events for networking. For example, the IEK International Conference, you network with a number of engineers, and you never know within that networking, your opportunities may just be lying there. As a student engineer, you can also get a chance to showcase your work by way of written articles in the Engineering in Kenya magazine, which we heard about earlier on, or even in the IEK website, so that you start getting recognition and even financial support. I can see a student here who participated in the conference of last year, and he's smiling because he knows what he did, he presented, and things are looking good for him, and even the others who presented. So yeah, step up, and you never know how things will flow for you. It is now very easy to become a student member of IEK. The deans of engineering schools and the chairpersons of the Engineering Students Association have been provided with information on how to register, and all this will be clarified further during the career week starting next week. So feel most welcome to join the Apex institution for engineers in Kenya. I hope you're feeling welcome. Yes? Yes, I'm talking to those important people for the future. We're talking about the future. So last but not least, allow me to mention and celebrate the Kenyan team that participated in the World Engineering Day Hackathon by the name HirePack. There was a hackathon which was organized. It's a competition which was organized by World Engineering Organization, World Engineering Day organization, and they selected a number of teams, and they came up with 9 finalists, and this HirePack happened to be one of them. We really congratulate them. The name of the team is HirePack, and the students are Joseph Guthiru and Charles Rugendo from Egerton University. Yes. So they made it to the list of 9 finalists for their entry, which was on turning plant weed into a biodegradable alternative to a single-use plastic. So that is making use of a weed and making something alternative to plastic, because you know plastic is not good for the environment. We had our panelists telling us to be conscious about the climate change and the environment. So they are actually within the theme of the World Engineering Day. So on behalf of IEK, and I believe on behalf of all of us engineers, we want to congratulate Team Kenya, HirePack, and we wish them all the best in the finals. So makofi kwao tafadhali. Once again. So finally, I want to wish you a very happy World Engineering Day today. Even as we part for the day, let us continue celebrating and joining the rest of the world in celebrating World Engineering Day. The link for following the proceedings on YouTube are still available. You can get them. I'm a professional engineer and a member of Institution of Engineers of Kenya. I think I will leave it there for now. Chair of Capacity Building and Mentorship. So, yeah. Now I want to invite us to celebrate a cake cutting. Shall we know who are cutting the cake, Anne? And while she's coming to cut the cake, yes. So the cake cutting will be honored by the chair of EBK, Engineer Erastus Mongera, and of course, first VP, Engineer Lucy Mutinda. We urge you to come on stage and cut the cake for us. But I want to take the opportunity to mention that because this is the year of electioneering, and now becomes slightly political, we are told when a politician gets on stage, he must say something. I want to share with you that I am vying for the position of first VP, and I hope you will consider my candidature favorably. We have been on a journey with you since 2022. We have done a lot of work. There's a lot more that needs to be done, and I would like to, again, like I was saying, I'd like to step up in continuing with serving the institution and all of you, right from students to the ordinary member to the senior engineers. I'm placing myself in your hands. Please consider my candidature favorably. Thank you very much. And since there are still a few more minutes, as the beautiful stand up, this is your space. Yes, they are here. I'll give you a moment before we start cutting the cake. Since you have come today, let us take the advantage of celebrating together and sharing our plans with our membership. Karibuni. The band, please play for us something to celebrate the cake cutting. In a minute, lakini dakika moja waongee kwanza. Yeah, come. Introduce yourself, the seat, and
Okay. Thank you very much, our moderator for the day. As you have heard, my name is Elisha Akech Ochungo. I am vying for I'm vying for the ordinary council member position. Please, if you see my name, I am available. I am saying I will work with you, and you have heard. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I am being told our chair, ABK, is in a hurry, so he doesn't have a lot of time. So everybody just let us respect his time, and we just make it very brief.
Yes, thank you. You will see my application in the right places. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Engineer Alex Mumbo. I was among the team that was here, but I'm vying for the position of an ordinary member. Support where you can. Thank you.
Okay, so I think because of, in the interest of time, I would like Engineer Linda Otieno, the CEO, to say something about this cake before it is officially cut, and then we can celebrate it. Karibu, Engineer Linda.
Thank you. The cake is my closing remarks. I won't belabor on the point. Thank you all for coming. So I'll now allow the Chair, EBK, and our first VP, together with the Honorary Treasurer, to kindly do the honors of cutting the cake. As we clap. Okay.
People to tell them it will
Now,
serve
members,
student course and used to
the graduate engineers, you can come, the students, you can come to the podium so that you can have the group photo. All of you, come. Kuja.
Hello. How do you want us to do it?
I want us to stand here and have a group photo.
Okay.
Yes.
All of them come here.
Yes. Members, let's hurry up so that we can take our lunches. Come to the front. You can follow here. mask. One minute.
Maybe we start can some young people sport, perhaps.
We are good now. So we are good.
Like, yeah.
Without mask.
Be fast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, you can pick your key.
Have some of them serve them. Otherwise, if everybody serves.
Kindly play the national anthem.
Ah, you're around. He wants a photo with you.
You can stand. So you have to stand attention.
So we are closing the day, the celebrations with the national anthem. We began with a prayer, we are ending with a prayer. So that is the whole spirit about the national anthem. Let us be upstanding, let us be at attention. It's an honor to our country. It is an honor to us as engineers celebrating the World Engineering Day. So a moment of silence, and then we celebrate with the national anthem. Thank you.
The band has really helped us. You can lead chair out. Sorry? You can lead the chair out.
Yes, yes.
Yes, is agreed. Yes, I'll do the
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Chairman forever.
Oh,